Alright. Welcome. This is too unbuttoned. Welcome to Feralas. Maybe I should button this up one more. What do you think? It looks a little bit weird. Whatever. Okay. Welcome to Feralas, aka one of my least favorite dungeons back in... zones back in vanilla. I know what you're saying. Arsh, why do you hate this dungeon so much? Or, the Lorerunner, why do you hate this dungeon so much? Both of those are acceptable questions, really. Make sure I get our straw poll pasted and ready to go. There we go. Now to stab K in the eye. Right, stabbing has commenced. Yep, okay, we're good. We're stabbed. We're stabbed. Yeah, no reply yet, by the way, is the one. Now, because here's the thing, though, in all seriousness. The problem with Feralas back in the day was there was no story here. Really. Now, there was story in Dire Maul, which was added after the fact. It was another of those dungeons that was patched in, similar to Maradon, the one we did yesterday. But overall, it was just this empty zone, basically. Go kill some Yetis, and then go kill some Harpies, and then go kill some Alliance, and then find out the Muzak, excuse me. That was it. There was no actual plot, no setting building, no characterization, no nothing. There was actually nothing here, story-wise. It was just a zone filled with random go-to quests that had no overarching thread or plot or anything to them. And most of the 40 zones were kind of like that back in WoW Vanilla. Your choices when you hit about level 40-ish to get to 50 were Feralas, Tanarus, and the Hinterlands. And that was it. Those were your options, really, as far as questing. And fun fact, doing all three of those zones back in Vanilla was not actually enough to go from 40 to 50. So you needed to fill that out with something, too. Most MMOs, at least back in the day, had this kind of a hell levels concept. There were certain levels that were just terrible, either because of bad design or because they didn't flesh things out properly, or, whatever. There's some flaw in the design of the MMO that made certain levels just worse to level in than others. Now, people debate what the hell levels are in WoW Vanilla. And, hell, those hell levels have changed a little bit over the years, obviously. But nowadays, well, honestly, 60 to 70 is probably the hell levels nowadays. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say nowadays. Back in the day, most people I knew personally, and I myself agreed that 40 to 50 were the hell levels of WoW. So the moment you hit 50, you're fine. You can just hit West Plagues and then East Plagues, and then you're probably 60 by that point in time. And if you're not, you're about to be. There's so much end-level content that they added. And you could go through Ungoro if you feel like it, and later on you could go through Silithus if you feel like it, You had options. 40 to 50 sucked. See, I hated this zone, and I really didn't like that fact, because it's one of the prettier zones. It's a weird combination between deep jungle and deep forest. And we'll be seeing a lot of that as we go through here. Don't worry, there's actually an actual plot arc here. Nowadays. That didn't used to be there. We'll be seeing just the Horde side of this. The Alliance side isn't actually different. We'll be discussing some of the things that are happening to the Alliance here. The only thing you really need to know right now is the overall war between the Alliance and the Horde. This is pretty much as far south as it goes. There are a few minuscule amounts of later on, Horde Alliance presence, mostly in Thousand Needles and a speck or two in Tanarus. But otherwise, this is as far south as the Horde Alliance war has reached. And even here, it's not actually Horde Alliance war, it's just both the Horde and Alliance have a presence here, distinct from each other. After this point, it goes into pretty much full-on neutral. Tanarus is effectively in a 100% neutral zone. It's actually more like a 99% neutral zone, but the Alliance and Horde quests are equal to each other. Ungoro then is officially a 100% neutral zone, and so is Silithus. And so is Winterspring, actually. Don't worry, we'll be doing Winterspring too. Winterspring's a little bit different, and so is Felwood. The way we're going to do this story arc-wise, For anybody who's curious, we could bounce around with the levels, but honestly, most of the threads down here connect to each other. So we're actually basically going from Feralas to Thousand Needles to Tanarus to Ungoro to Silithus, and probably be over 60. And then we're going to jump up and go do Fellwood and Winterspring, both of which are fairly connected to each other story-wise. The only other... I guess there's another alternative we could do there, but I think that's the best method to go ahead and finish up Kalimdor. And then we'll just jump into Oldham. No, I'm kidding. So... Yay, Hylas. PvP servers for the win! For anybody who has not voted on our poll, I'm going to go ahead and link it in chat there really quick. This is regarding the Warcraft Chronicles book, whether we're going to be reading it live for one of those, sessions. Next Wednesday would be the day for that. Or if we're not. So... Unfortunately, yes, Ziwan. And it's a damn shame because, there was actually something really cool that the Alliance did there, too. Hey, Chris, by the way, grats, dude. I hate you, but grats on Liverpool yesterday. Please tell me you've watched the match, and I didn't just... Now I'm really tense. Hang on. I'm gonna wait until Chris says something. Okay, you watched the match. Thank God. I would feel really, really terrible if I just spoiled that for you. Especially since I try so hard to get the matches not spoiled for myself. God, you crushed us, too. Oh, my God. Just absolutely destroyed us. Anyways. It was kind of embarrassing, really. I still think the ref was biased. Damn it, Zoan. Alright. So, let's talk to Rune Totem here.
The winds guide you.
Peace, friend. I wish we could have met under less troubling circumstances.
Go in peace.
A severe illness has fallen over the creatures of this forest. While at first I'd hoped it was part of nature's course, it has refused to pass. The forest stags, normally strong and serene, have suffered the worst. Some waste away in weakness, others froth and rage dangerously. If I am to consult the spirits to learn more of this sickness, I will need the stag's antlers, because for some reason their sickness is carried in their horns.
How may I aid you?
Oh, it was a Shining Force game. Gotcha. I'm trying to figure out which game you were talking about there. In my day, I was a seasoned hunter. There wasn't any creature around I feared until... I was out in the forest sharpening my blade after a rough battle. When I was ambushed, harpies surrounded me, and I barely managed to drag myself to safety. Even now I can hear their cries echoing. I was never the same after that, but the hate boils inside of me. I must get even after all these years. Vanilla Quest callback there. No, we're doing Feralas today, and God willing, we'll also be doing Thousand Needles. Adana Hate Talon is the queen of the Northspring Harpies that reside in the ruins to the west. She is pure evil. I have heard of her heart, as her heart is one of crystal. She is devoid of any emotion aside from the hate she feels towards others. You must face Adana, and then defeat her with Kingdom Hearts!
Go in peace.
Well, Hylisk, I have a very, very mundane reason. This is true for anybody curious, by the way. There's a very, very mundane reason why I am a Manchester United fan. I live here in the States. The States! The States of America! Here in the States, finding European football matches is harder to do than it probably should be. So the only matches you're going to find are the matches for the really, really well-known teams, like Manchester United. And sometimes not even then. There are entire matches I have just not been able to watch because nobody covers it over here. So my options are read about the scores for another team or watch a Manchester United match. What do you want from me? I suppose there's a third option, and that's dump $60 a month on being able to watch anything, but God, that sports package is stupid expensive. And there's only 2 sports I follow regularly. Yes, I like football, and I like Formula 1. Those are the 2 sports I follow. Formula 1 in, I guess, 2.5 weeks now, by the way. Get hoip, as the saying goes. I do love smashing people over the head with kegs of beer. What about you guys? Okay, so I know what you're thinking. Arsh, why don't you tell us all about the lore of Feralas? Would you believe there kind of isn't any? I mean, there is, but it's not much. And I kind of wanted to save it for a couple of later things. Look, her heart really was made of crystal. Who knew? I like rally racing, but I'm not the kind of person who really gets into watching it all that often. Now, actually going out and rally driving myself, oh, way back in the day, back when I used to live in California, I actually used to do that myself. That's actually how I learned how to drive, was on dirt roads and rally racing. Amateur, obviously, nothing professional. It was a lot of fun. I used to play basketball and football and baseball a lot too, believe it or not. This is all back when I was actually an athletic person before I got run over by a car. But no, so I've always had kind of a fondness for the rally style driving, and I always tend to. You can always tell a rally race car driver. You literally can always tell. You just look at them, and there's a specific style to how they weave the car. It's very distinct. In fact, when the new Stig took over, most recently in Top Gear, you know, back when it was still Top Gear, my friend and I, Gary, were both like, "That's a rally car driver." Whoever that is, that's a rally car driver. It's just, it was all over the place in his style. I have actually lived all over the place in California. But the specific places where I used to drive was in Middle California around the Sacramento Valley area, and on the west coast along just south of San Francisco, and further up north around Sacramento. I'm not going to mention the individual towns, because A, I don't like giving away private information, and B, you wouldn't know where Auburn, California is anyways, unless you Googled it. I used to actually enjoy hill and mountain climbing back in California, too. Me and my dad would do it often. I don't know why, I just really, really enjoyed it. I was actually born in Northern California, so I guess you could say I'm a California boy. For some reason, people always make fun of me for that, though. They say they immediately start assuming I'm some kind of surfer dude. It's like, yep, some kind of surfer, mega, you know. Like, seriously, anywhere else I go, they were like, "Hey, surfer buddy guy, what's up?" And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I did go surfing back when I lived in Southern California on the coast of Carlsbad, but seriously. Is that how other states view California? I guess. I don't know. I don't know nothing. Yes, Surfing Gaia. Surfing Gaia. God, I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's worse than my actual title. Or moniker, I suppose. Ah, there we go. So, seriously though, I do have a little bit of lore to share about this place. But it all really boils down to Dire Maul. Dire Maul is basically the only real lore-setting lore there is to Feralas. And that actually informs everything else about this place, too. This used to be a massive city called Eldrathos, I want to say. Was actually... Hang on, let me pull my notes up really quick. Eldrathalos, excuse me, missed a vowel there. Or missed a consonant. Or... syllable, missed a syllable. God, words. It's early, what do you want from me? Eldrathalos. Oh, I know, Sergeant Nika. That's the other thing. They're like, "Oh, have you met..." Now, I actually have met a couple of celebrities Literally just a small handful, but most of them are the kind of people nobody has ever recognized anymore. Like when I say, oh yeah, I used to go and watch Righteous Brothers concerts all the time, people look at me like, who are the Righteous Brothers? And then I just get really sad. We might not do that quest. Anyways. Well, getting off topic. So, Eldra right? Eldra was the city that stretched across most of what is now Feralas. In fact, most of these ruins that we're encountering were part of Eldra, and we'll be seeing more of that as we go throughout the rest of the zone. What? Words, someone. What do you want from me? Words. This city was actually, basically, I think the best way to call it is a research facility. It was one of the more higher-minded magical research facilities that Ashara maintained. No, I didn't, Zawans. I have no idea what you're talking about. Not that it matters right now. Since, you know, I'm not going to watch a video while streaming. I made that mistake once, and then I had to apologize to everyone for the loud noises. Not happening again. Anywho, what the... Oh, it's a Worgen. Oh, God. They're not innocent, Kay. They're diseased, and I'm trying to heal them. Be healed! Pow! Looks like it's working. Eldra is where they conducted extensive magical research on, primarily the arcane, specifically, arcane research. It was run by a, interesting individual called, I don't know how the hell to pronounce his name. Tethelian? No, hang on. Tortheldrin. God, elven names are terrible. We're going to start calling elves Bob from now on. Tortheldrin, who was the head of this place. He was a prince. And one of the highborn. No, I have not, Zygmus. I have only done, LARP for that kind of thing. So, Tortheldrin, was... he was a very pragmatic individual. It could be argued how bad he was back in the day, but he's the kind of guy who was like, you know what? We've got 2,000 people here, and if we don't kill 50 of them, the others are going to die. So, stabby, stabby! And that's kind of the kind of leader Tortheldrin was. Whether that's good or bad, I'm not going to declare judgment. That's kind of more of a moral quandary. But, yeah, anyone who knows who Kodos the Executioner is, it's kind of along the lines of that. We'll talk a little bit more about what he did and why when we actually get to Dire Maul, but I'm getting off topic. The really important part to consider here for the story of Feralas as a whole is so like I said, this whole area pretty much was Eldra, right? And they withdrew into this much, much more secluded area, an area that will eventually be called a mall. Now, I'll talk about malls in a bit, but Dire Maul is, of course, what I'm referring to. DM. DM East, DM West, DM North. I'm sure you guys have plenty of memories of those places. For those of you who have never played this game before, we'll be discussing it when we actually get there. I just realized I forgot to move my character in position because I am a moron, but don't worry, I actually went out of my way to buy Superflight just so that wouldn't be an issue. So, they basically withdrew all of their forces into what would eventually become the mall, and tried to hold off from the rest of the world because, well, there were still some stray demons about, and they didn't want to have to do with anything, and they just kind of became extremely insular. And when I say extremely insular, I mean they weren't even aware of the fact that the Night Elves had banished arcane magic as a society for a very, very long time. It's a lore book, Leander. Now, it's funnily enough because several of the Chandrilar, that's what they call themselves, are actually some of the individuals who journeyed up to Darnassus and tried to say, hey, Night Elves, why don't we go ahead and become friends again? And the Night Elves said, piss off, you arcane user! Here, I actually wanted to read this for you, if you don't mind. This was not voice acted, so I don't feel too bad about this. One of the Archmages from Dire Maul actually journeyed up in the pre-Kata event to speak with Tyrande. And so there's a sentinel there basically preventing him from going on. So there's the Archmage and there's the sentinel. I'll try to vary up my voices so it's obvious who's who. Well, we'll make the Archmage kind of talk like this. And we'll make the sentinel kind of talk like this. That way it's easy to distinguish the two. Sentinel, I would speak with your high priestess. You must wait for an audience. Must I? I doubt Tyrande has more pressing business. You show some nerve coming to Teldrassil, Highborn. Your kind are not welcome here. We have not forgotten the War of the Ancients or the minds behind it. The lure of power is great. Mistakes were made, and we would not see those mistakes repeated. Return to your exile. I will not return until I am heard. There's too much at stake. There is a change on the wind, and we cannot ignore it. I have traveled from the dust and ruin of the past to come to an accord. The time may soon come when the Kel'Dorei require the knowledge and skill we have to offer. I will wait, Sentinel, but I will have my audience. Then some time passes, and the Archmage, Mordant Evenshade, looks over at the Moonwell with a sigh. Take your gaze off of the Moonwell, exile. The power is not yours to wield. Calm yourself, Sentinel. I do not seek to use it. I am merely remembering. Recalling your treachery? Enough! I have been a part of this for centuries. The well within the temple may be a pale specter of the well of eternity, but it still holds the same beauty. Purity. I had forgotten. I do not believe admiration and wistful thoughts are against the societal norm. Watch yourself, Highborn. You were the one who challenged me for merely looking. I still await my audience with Tyrande. And if you talk to him, he says, I suppose I should not be surprised at this cold reception. We have long been in hiding, and the separation from our brethren was necessary. That time, however, is done. Whether the residents of this young tree accept us or not, the Highborn are returning to light, and we will not turn our backs on what we are. That's a good question, Hylas. I do too, Zoan. Some of these old textures just haven't aged really well. Okay, so...
What brings you here?
Thank you, Ironman. You have put an old Tauren's mind to ease.
Farewell. Greetings.
The hate that Adonis spreads across the lands must be stopped. Now I know Adana is truly dead. This heart I will keep in memory of what you did here, Bragwin. Thank you.
Ancestors watch over you.
And I'll wait to turn that in. Oh, no, looks like he's done. Thanks, Kay.
What brings you here?
This is a sad task, Ironman, but it is necessary. I thank you, Ironman. I will study the horns, but the situation has become even more dire since you left. We've found a brood of dragon whelps gathered off the road to the north, and they show the same illness of the stags. Green dragons are not simple beasts of nature, but the very guardians of the wild. They are magical creatures, and to see them ill as well implies this is a dangerous threat. We must stop this from spreading further through any means. Kill them all! For the light and for the alliance! Today we're having Mandarin-flavored Canada Dry, for anybody curious. It's quite good. While we're en route, let's go ahead and talk about these things. This is the OLX22-FE distress beacon. You have uncovered some sort of strange egg-shaped device made from metal. Fiddling with one of its knobs springs the egg to life as it opens into some sort of gnomish robotic contraption. A voice from inside the egg crackles to life. My name is Oglethorpe Obnauticus, and my homing robot has crashed. I'll reward you for its recovery. Please take this beacon to the robot. I have now computed the coordinates of the robot for you. It is in a cave near the Feral Scar Vale. Oh, okay. Well, you know what an orange is, right, Kay? It's not ginger ale, it's sparkling water. So, sorry to disappoint, but yeah. While we're in the area, why don't we go ahead and head over here. So, once upon a time, there were two things called world bosses. These were raid bosses that were out in the world that dropped loot that basically weren't instanced. They just had a respawn timer, and anybody who joined in could, you know, be participant and possibly get some loot, as long as you were in the group, right? So, as you can see, there's actually the shade of one of the greens left. We're gonna try and slip by him here. There used to be 4 emerald dragons that were later added as world bosses at each of these. These are the really interesting things. These are actually portals to the Emerald Dream. Once again, we are pretty damn certain that they actually planned to do something with the Emerald Dream very early on. In fact, in vanilla, the Emerald Dream was in the game. This is not a joke. There was actually a whole zone that was just the Emerald Dream. You could only get through it through teleporting. If you ever were on a private server or anything like that, you could go there. It actually looked really awesome. I don't know if I still have my own screenshots of there. Give me just a second to check. Right to SSD drive. I doubt I do. That would be very old at this point. But I will look. Regardless, a lot of people, including myself, were mostly interested in going after these things, not, you know, because, raid loot or whatever, but because we wanted to enter the portal. And the only feasible way to get by the dragon in order to get into the portal was to beat the dragon. So we got this whole group together and beat the boss and moved forward. And yes, there, we're through the portal. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Going through didn't mean anything. And it sucked. It was a damn shame. Oh my god. Sorry, remembering some things from some of these pictures. Anyways, so yes, there's 4 of these portals. We'll actually be seeing all of them on camera. Hang on, I'm on the right group of pictures here, but it looks like... Nope, looks like none of the pictures survived. Damn. That's a shame. Oh, well. Anywho, so yeah, there was a portal here. There was a portal in Hinterlands. There was a portal in Duskwood. I actually can't remember where the 4th one was. Ah. Oh well. And all of these did nothing. I mean, this is exactly what happened. Nothing. This is like several of us who made the trip to the Dark Portal in the Blasted Lands at like level 20, just to see what happens when we went through the Dark Portal. The answer is nothing. It was actually kind of disappointing. But yes, in lore, this is actually a direct pipeline into the Emerald Dream. In this specific spot in line. Don't worry, that's pretty much one of the primary plot threads going throughout Feralas. Because now, in Cata, because Cata quests are better than vanilla, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take... Okay. In my opinion, the Cata quests are better than vanilla. There we go. Now I'm being honest. Now, there's actually a story arc and an actual plot thread going throughout Feralas, rather than just go kill random stuff and then you're done! Also music! Excuse me, Muzak. Hey, King Goldar. And hey, Permius, what's up? What toy is that, Braven? I should be looting these. You never know when a pet might actually drop. I don't actually have most of the whelpling pets. When you enter the portal from the other side, you end up here. In, you know, the Waking Realm. Or the Prime Material Plane, or whatever you want to call it. Hey, you and I are in favor of that, Hylos. It's just, I have had a few people flatly disagree that Cataquests are better than Vanilla Quests, which just makes me kind of go... However, I'm never going to lie that opinion is a thing. And, you know, perspective is a thing, so that's why I wanted to addend my statement. In my opinion, Cataquests are superior. What's it called, Zilon? Because I don't remember. Macaw? No. No, it's not just parrot. What's it called? Because I feel like I might actually have it. Okay, well, first of all, it is worth noting we don't really know what the Fade is. However, what we do know is what the Emerald Dream is. We know exactly what the Emerald Dream is. And so I would say there are definitely some similarities between the two, and the fact that there's a level 100 Night Elf here trying to get his Lore Master. Or trying to get his pet. I mean, that's also... No, you... Hashtag other players. Hey, Ricky. Anyways, so the Emerald Dream... I've talked about this a lot of times. The Emerald Dream is best described as a proto-Azeroth. Or rather, proto-Azeroths, plural. Because there's actually several Emerald Dreams. There's layers. So there's, you know, Prime Material Plane, and then there's the Emerald Dream Prime, for lack of a better term. And then below that, there's a previous Emerald Dream, and then a previous Emerald Dream, and the previous Emerald Dream. These are the dimensions that the Titans used to design Azeroth. I can't either, Hylisk, but again, I'm going to allow for preference. I mean, there are some people in the world who actually enjoy Justin Bieber. Can you believe that? Thank you. Macaw. I was saying it wrong. Macaw. Yes! No, wrong thing. Macaw. Aha! Behold! No, I don't have it. I do not have the Hyacinth Macaw. I also don't have this for... Oh, that's right. I know why I don't have that. Yeah. Cursed Feather of Ixon. Yay. Onwards.
I've been expecting you.
These events disturb me greatly. My study of the antlers while you were gone has revealed little. I'm actually bigger than a Tauren in this thing. We must find some way to fix this.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I am at a loss. Perhaps only the Earth Mother herself knows of the cause of this, but we must do something before this continues. Your sincerity is moving, Druid. So that's Izandra, one of the 4 nightmare dragons that we actually mentioned earlier. You are no night elf. This is the guise of a dream dragon. By the Earth Mother, I deserve no such respect or reverence, Druid. I have betrayed my own kind. The illness of this land is my fault. The sickness is born from the nightmare within the Emerald Dream, and the dragon Tirar spreads it. He is but a crazed shade of his former self, but will see this land devoured. I cannot face him myself. To even approach him would risk letting the same corruption overtake me once more. What must we do? The earth itself weeps at its suffering. Gather its tears and use them to seal the portal of the great tree. The connection to the dream must be cut. Be brave, heroes. Hey, Deutsch. And yes, you notice something very important here. He has a jump animation. You see that? Some people have asked, what do you mean, Arsh? Oh, thank you, Deutsch. I didn't actually have time to do that this morning, so I appreciate it. Remember how I was mentioning there's like certain obstacles that have to be accomplished for a race to become playable? And you remember how I mentioned there's tons and tons and tons of evidence that Arakoa were going to be playable in Warlords? Arakoa have a jump animation. They even have a cower animation.
Peace, friend.
As you witnessed, the dragon Izandra has told us the tears of the land can seal the portal from which this corruption stems. Weeks ago, in the glade to the west, I saw the mountain giants distraught. They raged in frustration and wept, and their tears fell upon the shores, stones as shining crystals. Though the giants weep no more, these stone tears must be what Isandra referred to, a source of nature's purity.
We shall meet again.
The cliff giants of Feralas are extensions of the earth itself, Ironmen. When the nature thrives, they are benevolent protectors, peaceful guardians. But when this forest is tainted, so too are they. If the corruption has spread to them, they will lash out at wildlife and their own kind, causing great destruction. You must destroy any giants you see for the Whore Lions! And as you can see, they have a dance animation too. It's pretty basic. But yeah, the mere fact that they have this many animations is really, really big evidence that they were going to make these guys playable. Ignoring the fact that it's pretty much all but been confirmed by now. Unfortunately, no mount animation. Like other transmogs, they actually... Oh my god, it's the Shepherd Dance, guys. Like other transmutation things, they just go away when you get on a mount. I actually like this method better, though. This is actually a new tech. Back in vanilla, when you mounted up, you either couldn't mount up, or when you tried to mount up, you lost your buff, so you'd stop having... So that's why people carry around hundreds of noggin foggers, for example. As you can see, though, once you dismount, you go back into the previous form. See? And then you mount, and then you dismount. It goes back and forth like that. I also like the roll animation. It's basically a jump. Because it has no idea what to do with it. Yeah, Alliance would have surely gotten Arakoa. Instead of, you know, the opposite. A class I'd like to see in the future. Demon Hunters! No, okay, seriously. Yeah, me too, Ricky. I would like to see a proper... Okay, there are 3 types of classes I'd like to see. The specific format they take is almost irrelevant. I would like to see a proper pet class in the future. Like pet, pet, pet. All pets, all the time. You know, really, really pet-focused. Yes, by the way, this is an Arakoa. We actually showed them off a bit in BC, and we'll be talking about them a lot more in Warlords. But this is what an Arakoa looks like. This is specifically a cursed Arakoa. There is also another form of Arakoa we will be seeing when we get to Warlords. Anyways, so I would like to see a true pet class. There's several ways that could take. I would like to see a true support class, buffs and debuffs, that kind of a thing. And I would like to see a true ranged tank, mechanical, movement-based class. And that's, there's a bunch of options you could do for all of those. My personal picks for those would be Necromancer for pure pet class, Rune Master for pure, you know, the buffer, debuffer, and I've been torn on this for all, but either Warden or Mechanist for the ranged class. I also agree with what Zigma said. Given that at this, I talked about this just yesterday, at this point in time, there is effectively no reason to keep the certain races can only be certain sides thing. There's no reason in lore, and there's no reason in gameplay anymore. All reasons have faded. So, I really would like it if we could make a class, or make a race, and then decide which side we're loyal to. You know? But whatever. And just think, if we ever play an ogre, we won't actually be playing Stonemaul. We'll be playing Gorduni! Props to anyone who gets what I'm talking about.
Greetings, traveler.
The spirits of these guardians will return in time. You freed them to move on to nature's... Bregman, what we talked about in bed last night really isn't something the stream needs to hear, okay? Anyways, now it falls to us to make sure that the cycle is free of corruption and needless summering.
Walk with the earth, mother.
There we go.
I've been expecting you.
The tears are among the very rocks that the giants themselves rise from. There should be loose ones near the base of these large monoliths. Thank you once again. I will prepare these for our final task. It is ready. Take this, Ironman, a beacon of natural essence, blessed by the will of Isandra. To the east, the other side, is Dream Bow. There stands the great tree, the tallest in Feralas, a sapling of the world tree itself. A portal to the heart of the Emerald Dream sits in its trunk, and it is this portal you must seal. May the Earth Mother watch after you, samurai.
We shall meet again.
Run, samurai, run! You'll be well done. You are correct, Schmeinhoff, but I still like the idea of Rune Master just by itself. And I still like the idea of Necromancer. I also am a firm component of the 2-spec idea. Really, I am. I would even be a proponent of the 1-spec idea if it meant that 1 spec was really, really well done. That's pretty much my requirement. You make an amazing spec, I'm okay with it just being the only one, you know? I should clarify that. That wouldn't have worked at WoW Vanilla. At WoW Vanilla, it would have been like, man, why do we have so little specs? But now we have a bajillion other specs for a bajillion other classes. So nowadays, adding a new class doesn't automatically need to just abstractly have 3 specs, you know? As long as you can do it well. Hello, Lithlas. Goodbye. Excuse me. Master Terrar no longer dwells here, fool. He has bestowed me with enough power to stop you. Apparently not. Alright, that portal's sealed. I don't know, Zoan. I've actually been thinking about your question since you first asked it. I haven't been ignoring you. It's just, there's too many directions they could go after Legion. They could go for a soft expansion like Pandaria, establish some more lore and introduce some new stuff, you know, come up with new stuff, and have it kind of be like a break expansion. They could have a really serious expansion like the Old Gods expansion, or the Assault on the Legion expansion, which is actually, I'd say, probably one of the most likely things to happen. They could have... there's not much else, really. I mean, the South Seas idea would basically be part of the Break expansion or the Old Gods expansion. It could work in both directions. Or we could have something we'll never ever have, which is the We Lost expansion, which is actually what I personally want.
Greetings, traveler.
Ah, the corruption has been stemmed. The forest can begin to heal now. May you have the blessings of the Earth Mother wherever you go, friend. You must send word of what has happened here, Ironman. To the south is Stone Mall Hold. There our allies have gathered the few ogres of the Horde to fight against those despoiling the forests. Speak with Ogren Ogreblade. She leads the Stone Mall clan here. Oh, cool.
Go in peace.
Horde ogres. Why can't we play as them again? The funny thing is, even though there's been support for ogres as playable for a really long time, and I mean basically going back to vanilla, that's both on the side of the players and the developers, ogres probably have the most work to be done to actually make them playable. They have very few animations done, and no females. You know? It's... yeah. Like, that doesn't exist. So they would have to basically invent a new model for that. And none of them have any armor meshing done at all. They have their own unique armor, but that's it, basically. So, yeah. Well, that's something we've debated a few times, Psychotic. And that is something that still may be true. The only piece of evidence, basically at all, that ogre females exist is the fact that there's an ogre female mask. Now, it's funny you say that, Zawan, because one of the things that was brought up was the idea that when we play, if we were ever going to play Arakoa, we could choose female or male, but it would only affect the sound, because male and female Arakoa look identical. They actually have no sexual dimorphism. So they are literally functionally identical. And they were okay with that idea. And to be honest, so am I. Make it just change the sound set between the two Arakoa, because we have heard female Arakoa and male Arakoa, right? I'm not sure if that would work with ogres, but I mention it because it's obvious the idea was already something they were thinking about when it came to that concept. So over there is one of the biggest detriments that happened as a result of the Cataclysm to the Alliance here. This is actually pretty much a new outpost. This used to be like a couple of tents and a pier, and that was it. All of this has been grown up since that, and this is where Chandris has ended up. You may or may not remember Chandris. Chandris was actually the general who was serving under Maiev in Frozen Throne. And she's here. And she's awesome. To my knowledge, yes, I am Dollar. I can't quite get you a good view of it. But if you can see kind of off in the distance, the fog is kind of obscuring, and so is that frickin' tree trunk, or tree branch. There we go. This right here, this is actually used to be Feathermoon Stronghold. It was wiped out, basically, by the Cataclysm. There's a few buildings left, but it's basically gone, and has been completely overrun in their absence. So, they kind of lost that. You might be like, oh, well, what about the Horde? They didn't lose anything well, actually, we lost a whole lot of stuff. So you see what happened to Thousand Needles? For those of you who have not played this game, Thousand Needles used to be a desert zone. As you can tell by the blue, it's not anymore. So as we'll see when we get right over here, a lot of refugees literally came flooding here from Thousand Needles, and they're still trying to recover from that even to this day on the eastern coast of Feralas over there. Ironically, that's actually it. Feralas, in terms of geography, is one of the least changed zones. Because the only thing that really changed was the island over here was taken out, and this area over here was encroached upon.
Yeah, what do you want?
Hey, pal. I'm still working on a variant of a gnomish shrink ray using superior goblin technological advances in its construction. In an effort to avoid inconveniences for myself, such as death, I'd like you to try it on some of the sea giants on the coast here. You should find the miniaturization residue on them after you shrink them. Bring me back some.
Be good.
If I bet against my own better judgment and stay to run an engineering shop along the Forgotten Coasts, I'm going to need to deal with those pesky elementals. Curse the power of elementalism unchecked, I say. Fortunately for me, and now for you, my hopeful agent provocator, the elementals represent an ideal source of raw power for my ultra-shrinker refinement. Give me the what for, I say.
Hurry back.
So, there used to be a goblin, that goblin actually, who used to ply his wares where that fortress now sits. Obviously, he had to evacuate because he's a goblin and they're night elves. I really don't think there's anything else to explain there. There's several ways you can make it work, Mind Blast. In fact, let's come back to that. Remind me to come back to that because I want to see a couple other questions real quick here. Could Murlocs be a playable race? Well, Murlocs are intelligent. They are actually above wolf intelligence. They have the ability to think and reason and function. And as we've proven in the past, it is actually possible to work with Murlocs. Not all Murlocs are dangerous and violent. In fact, in basically every case where someone has tried to coordinate or work with Murlocs, we've succeeded. They've been totally cool with us just being like, hey, and they're like, oh, yeah, friend. Now, I'm not saying Murlocs are going to become playable. Murlocs have a lot of work to be done if they're going to become playable, but I am saying it's not off the board. And yes, wow, that's a weird swim animation. Look at this thing. I guess it's just the flying animation. Yes, we're actually amongst the fields right now, Dakota. Yeah, they'll never actually do Murlocs. It would be too much of a joke. Nobody could take it seriously. Even if they tried to make this really awesome, serious, horrifying storyline about how the Murlocs have been oppressed and abused by every race constantly forever, and how their children are eaten by the Naga and consumed by the other races of the sea. This is true, by the way. That is actually something that's true. And how the races on the land, when they came to the land, just abused them and hated them and tried to kill them at every chance they could. That is also true. Everyone just be like, ha ha ha, it's Murlocs. And that's pretty much the reaction there would be to it. I mean, for God's sakes, look at the reaction that Pandarans got. And Pandarans have more lore than most other races in the entire setting. And this awesome, in-depth, amazing storyline. And pandas got that. What do you think a Murloc's gonna get? So, yeah. See, even Takoida isn't taking it seriously. I mean, if you seriously think about this for just a moment. Let the joking part of your side just die for a moment. And think about what the Murlocs go through as a culture. These Murlocs, as I talked about quite a while ago in the Blood Elf Starter Zone, have basically either been deposed or forced to go from the bottom of the ocean towards the actual surface areas by the Naga. One way or another, the Naga are responsible for that. The Naga also treat them as little better, like as the worst kind of slaves, the kind of slaves you don't take care of, the kind of slaves that are completely that have no value to them, you know. And they have been forced to go to the surface, and the first thing that everyone does on the surface is butcher them and massacre them left and right. Think about that. Think about how horrible the life of a Murloc really is. If there, in my actual storyline where I was going to design the mongrel horde, the Murlocs were actually the ones that precipitated it because they were the most abused by the more powerful races. They were the ones who had the most to gain from such an alliance with the other lesser races. I don't... Why would it... What? First of all, why would I ever do Insane in the Membrane? Second of all, can't you do that without killing quest mobs or quest NPCs? I don't remember. I've never actually bothered to do it because I am not... No. I'm not motivated enough to burn hours and hours of my time for something I don't even want that much. But, yeah. That's ridiculous. Anyways, so, a We Lose expansion. There's a lot of things that you could do for a We Lose expansion. One of the more common ideas I've actually heard about a We Lose expansion is We Lose Azeroth. Like, Azeroth is just gone. And so, obviously thanks to MMO time and the unusual nature of an MMO, you can always come back and Azeroth's still here and it's still in the past. But whenever you're at the present time, you're in a new area entirely, another world that we have actually fled to through one of the portals or something in a similar manner. And we are desperately trying to regroup there along with other Legion survivors. And we are basically fighting a defensive losing battle across the next expansion. Another possibility that comes to mind is extensive use of layering, or basically a completely new zone. Imagine if they actually had all of Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor replicated. So there's a new Kalimdor, there's a new Eastern Kingdoms, probably a new Pandaria and a new Northrend, but, you know, both of them being replicated. And the new one is completely and utterly overwhelmed by everything. Like, the Legion is everywhere. The Legion has completely curb-stomped the entire country. So every single zone is either destroyed outright, or under Legion occupation, or turned into part of the Legion Fell Forges or something like that. And Azeroth is lost. And so, you know, the overall expansion will be going through the new world, the new destroyed world, trying to desperately reclaim it, or at least to disrupt the Legion operations. We all remember that boat, Ricky. We all remember that boat. Of course, let's be honest with ourselves, they would never, ever, ever, ever do this. But personally, the comment of people would complain about it would not actually hold me back, because people would complain no matter what we did. This is Blizzard and this is WoW. That's how that works. As I've made fun of before, except this isn't really a joke. If WoW came out and said, we're giving $10 to everyone, people would complain about that. If Blizzard said, we've cured cancer, people would complain about it. It's just a thing. People complain about things that are popular. Either because they are sad, pathetic human beings, or because they derive enjoyment from complaining. So, yeah. There's a reason I usually differentiate between white noise and legitimate grievances. There's a reason that phrase exists for me. A legitimate grievance is when someone comes to me with a well-reasoned opinion and says, well, and I'm like, well, okay. You learn to tune out the white noise. So, turning them effectively into missiles, Dakota, if I'm understanding that correctly. Magical missiles, you might say. But all joking aside, am I getting the concept there correctly? You know, fire and forget. That's true, Kay. What Kay says is also a possibility. Bragwin, have you ever seen Charlie Brown? Wah 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 wah. That's the white note. Just everything else. It's just that's all it is. No, they'd never do it, Hylas. Zawan and Hylas are both right. They would never do a We Lost expansion, and that's part of the problem. No MMO has ever done a We Lost expansion. Come on, we're due for one. I like winning as much as the next guy. In fact, I love winning. But I want to lose once. Come on. Come on. I've been talking about this in STO as well. We need to lose in STO. I haven't actually done the Delta Quadrant stuff yet, but my biggest prediction, and I know it's wrong, my biggest wish list, I guess I should say, was that we should lose. We should lose, damn it. And then have a recovery, have a darkest moment before the dawn kind of a thing. It's not even new. It's a classic. It is a classic trope. It is a classic literary, I'm sorry, Deutsch. It is a classic literary concept. We need to lose so that we can drag ourselves back up. In fact, the reason this kept coming up, really, really debatable, Lofus. I would argue it's not, but I would also argue that expansion has some writing flaws in it. Yeah, XCOM 2, we lost. Good example. Thank you. It's not like... Okay, so let me explain why this came up. Because someone was asking me quite a while ago, I believe we were going through BC, when this question came up. For those of you who weren't here for this. And as we were going through the story of BC, people were asking, where do we go next? In Vanilla, we were nobodies. In BC, we were adventurers. In Northrend, we were champions. In Cataclysm, we were heroes. In Pandaria, we were the central focus of the story. In Warlords, we rose up to become the generals, who are the central focus. We basically rose up to main characters. In Legion, we have fully and 100% become the leaders of our classes, the class leaders, and the overall... You know, we're ready to go characters. You know, we are officially the main characters, officially the leaders of our factions. Not political, but the class factions. And officially fighting against the biggest threat we ever had. The question that was leveled was, where do we go from there? Where do we go? How do you go up from that? Each expansion we have gone up, even if only a little bit. So, my answer was, we go down. Like I said, we lose. We're still the heroes. We still have all that skill and all that power, but we lose all our backing. We lose the classes. We lose the infrastructure. We lose the resources. We lose the war. You follow? That's where this whole idea really came from. It was a logical... To me, it is a perfectly logical next step to take the story in. We lose. It is also logical because that's the Legion. The Legion. They are full tilt invading like they have never done before. There are more Legion invading Azeroth in Legion than there were in the War of the Ancients. They have never been here in this strength before. And while we are certainly way stronger than we were back in the day, if we're ever going to lose, this is the time to do it, you know? This is the threat that could cow even us. Especially since one of the single most... You're evil, so on. Especially since this is one of the single most appropriate... The biggest theme about Warlords of Draenor. The biggest theme about Warlords of Draenor was emphasizing how strong we had become. I'm serious. I'll be talking about this when we get to there. But one of the things people tend to forget is the Iron Horde was a huge threat, and we handled it. With a small elite force, we handled the Iron Horde. That's how good we've gotten. That's how strong we've gotten. So, storyline-wise, one of the best things to show is we have become very, very strong, and then we lose. It's a very typical pattern, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. It is a common literary trope because of the automatic feelings and there's so much you can do literarily with that kind of a story. You show them at your best, and then you show them at your worst. You show them winning, and then you show them losing. Right? So for me, it makes so much logical sense for us to lose next. Wow, Hylisk. I can't even talk about that. I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah, comeback story. Come on. The funny thing is, they could totally pull off a we lose thing without us losing the power creep. Picture this, if you will. We're fighting against... insert big demon. Doesn't even matter. Against his armies, and we're like, yes! For Azeroth! And behind us is elves and dwarves and humans and orcs and other elves and the third kind of elves and the fifth kind of elves. And there's gnomes and there's Tauren and there's trolls and there's Worgen. We're all just united and we're like, yes! For Azeroth! And you go and you have this massive freaking raid fight against Kil'jaeden or whoever. And you beat Kil'jaeden, yes! And you turn around, the army's gone. Wiped out. You did it. You beat Kil'jaeden. They're dead.
Time is money, friend.
Also, is the one that's not necessarily true. We could retreat to the South Seas. Hey, Sonashi. Yeah, I thought I'd try something new today. This is actually a gift from my mum. That I actually haven't worn it yet at all. It's a little tight, but whatever. I had to tweak with the thing to stop. I had to tweak the thing to stop working on mountain giants. Even though I wasn't the one running around zapping the things. Those night owls beat the copper out of me when they found out those guys shrunk. Splendiferous. Not only am I glad to see you've earned the residue, but you've also got all your major appendages attacked. That is, well, there was never any danger of using the Ultra Shrinker. Now, was there?
Have a good one. Got the best deals anywhere.
As I said, Kay, there's several things they could do to take that in. Hey, Sonashi, by the way. Did I say hey, Hargan? God. While I could bore you with the technical details of the utility behind elemental cores, I will instead tempt you to completion of this important task by offering you coin and prizes instead. Yom verily. You finished? Thank you for wearing a shirt? I don't understand that statement. I literally can't not wear a shirt. It's against the TOS, even for a guy. Also, my skin is a lot more pale down here. You see the difference here? Look at this. Look at this pale compared to this. Maybe you can't see. Maybe the light doesn't get it across. Yeah, it doesn't really get it across. Trust me, this is much more tan than it probably looks, and this is much more pale. So, I've got an idea, Zoan. Let's go to Pandaria instead of the South Seas. What do you think?
Keep it real.
Oops. The Legion is spreading. Spreading. Spreading! Hey, Reskor. What's a monitor line? I don't understand that. This is my I refuse to be outside without a shirt on line for when I'm doing yard work and whatnot. So welcome to Stone Mall Hold. This is the other major Stone Mall encampment we have here on Azeroth. God, just make ogres playable. Just do it. Just do it. God, just frickin' yeah. So, we don't know this for 100% fact, but there's a lot of evidence that this right here, Auron Ogreblade, she's a Machnathal. She's got unusual skin for an ogre. She's quite, or excuse me, for an orc. She's quite tall for an orc, and she actually acts very, very comfortable around ogres. We don't actually know if she's a Machnathal, but it would actually make a lot of sense if she would, especially since Rexxar is a champion, excuse me, the champion of the Horde. Wow, Raskar.
Strength and honor.
These ogres are on our side? The Stonemaul clan serves the Horde during the founding of Orgrimmar, when Kalimdor is being tamed as our people's homeland. The hero Rexxar defeated the chief of the Stonemaul ogre. They have served the Horde ever since, and I've called them here to do the heavy lifting against the Gorduni. Well, Rexxar was also completely lying about that, since there are plenty of other Machnathal back on Outland. Anyways, but seriously, look how tall she is. Look at this. I'm a Pandaren. I'm huge. I'm as tall as Taurens. Look at how tall she is. See her on Deutsch.
Look tall.
Anyways, I think she's a Machnathal. It makes a lot of sense. You've been tussling with drakes, huh? I like it. We need someone who can pull their own weight around here. Are you ready to fight for the Horde?
May your blade
First, I want you to go kill Alliance, then kill other Alliance, and then kill more Alliance, until the only paladins left are Tauren and Blood Elf. She was not here in Vanilla. She is a brand new NPC. My personal take on it, since she is such a brand new NPC, is that she was actually someone who came back from the Dark Portal. Since we know quite a few people actually came back from the Dark Portal when we went to Outland, so it's not really that unusual. Well, you're down there cracking skulls. I've gotten reports that make us think these ogres may be more than the usual lumbering threat. The warlocks among them have been seen carrying orbs, possibly items of empowerment. It would be easy to dismiss them as crude trinkets, but I need to make sure we're not surprised.
Go with honor.
With the high wilderness to the south lay countless ancient ruins. It's there that the ancestors of the Night Elves fooled about with arcane magic, and it's there the Gorduni wander, searching for leftover scraps. You'll notice the forest is completely destroyed in the area. The ogres leave only useless muck in their wake, depriving the Horde of valuable resources. Go kill the Gorduni, for the Horde, and only for the Horde!
Strength.
That'd be an interesting way to revamp Outland, wouldn't it?
How you doing, man?
Master Uzeri taught me the ways of making spirit weapons of great power. I can help you set on the path to make some. You'll get some chance to provide practice for me craft. I can't. It's so hard to do it when they don't write it right. This vessel can shrink and trap a defeated creature inside of it. When they the music. Ah, yes, the music. The music of beasts. Okay.
Spirits be with you.
We'll get you some music.
Greetings.
I take. I'm just gonna.
Winds be.
I'm gonna walk while I read this one. I take great pride in my leather work, and I feel it shows. Quality should never be compromised. Anyone who says quality doesn't matter would also have you believe the earth does not hold deep secrets. In my latest pursuit of high-quality materials, I have discovered thick Yeti hides. Yetis are native to Feralas, often found north of here in Rage Scar Hold. I'll give you a choice of my leather goods for a stack of 10, if that's agreeable to you. I used to be able to, Kay. Well, I'm going to toss up the spoiler thing for Legion here, okay? Really quick. Whoops, that's not it. That doesn't even need to be here anymore. Delete. That... We're just going to leave that one on the screen for a moment. This is unrelated to spoilers. There's going to be spoilers in a minute. You've been warned. Yeah, I might pull that one over. Anyways, that's not what I meant to pull up. This is what I meant. Nope, that's not it either. Wow. There it is. Okay, okay. Alright. Legion spoilers are a go. Repeat. Legion spoilers are a go. So we're actually going to go to a planet that the Draenei have reclaimed from the Burning Legion in Legion. Now, we're not going to see the whole damn planet. It's actually part of one of the class halls. I believe the Priest Hall. But we already know for a fact that there are other worlds out there that we have actually managed to defend against the Legion. So the idea that we could actually go and successfully do such a thing in order to retreat to doesn't really strike me as completely infeasible. We'll leave that up for a bit while chat catches up. Just so people aren't spoiled by chat for a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Priest Hall. I've wanted another planet since BC, when we saw all the other portals. And all the devs were talking about how much potential they have with all these portals to do other worlds. And they have actually never done that until Legion. Oh, it's pretty easy, Sergeant Nix. I'm just amazing. Okay. See? Here, I'll get rid of it just for you. I'm not actually amazing. That was a lie, by the way. So what you're seeing now is one of the few quests that remains from vanilla. Thankfully, they upped the drop rate. This used to have, I believe, a 30% drop rate. Give or take. Nowadays, it has closer to like an 80% drop rate. This quest used to suck. Especially since there were very, very few areas where you could find the right kind of Yeti. Because only certain Yeti dropped certain leathers in the chain, and it just got old. Hated the vanilla quests here. Ugh. To our knowledge, no, Wise Relief. The only connection point between the three existences is Heroes of the Storm, which actively goes out of its way to not have a story. Now, you could actually, it could actually be made to work in the same setting. It's not actually that hard to do. There's a lot of similarities in overall tone and theme between them. So it wouldn't be that hard to make the Titans very similar to the Xel'Naga, very similar to the, I can't remember their proper name, but the ancient ones in Diablo. No, I have not, Shiryu. I demand all the information, or I will destroy your very soul. 23%. God, that's even worse than I thought it was. Oh, wow. That's terrible. Oh. Oh. I don't actually like this shirt. I feel it's really small on me. As my sister would say, it actually fits me. I prefer to wear shirts that are way bigger than my size is. Anyways, so yeah, you could actually make the three settings work, but to our knowledge they don't. And they probably shouldn't, honestly. Like I said, Heart of the Storm actually has no lore. It has flavor lore, so I guess I'm lying. But it has no lore. I could quote Uther here, but yeah. Just go with it. Or don't think about it too much, I think is actually what he says. Now, they may change that in the future. Oh, excuse me. They may actually add lore to, not flavor lore, proper lore. Tears of the Storm. But yeah. What? That was the... This is the Legion spoiler. That's what this is here for. I specifically set this up so that it can be like, here be Legion spoilers! So that people could look at it and automatically have a visual representation of what's going on here. I should get rid of that so people don't think there's spoilers going on here. Because there aren't. There ain't no spoilers around here. So I'd just like to say, by the way, that you know what? Never mind. I've changed my mind. Let's just not even talk about it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, we know it worked the other way, Wise Relief, since Wirt ended up here in Azeroth. Or technically in Outland, actually. There is one thing I want to talk about with regards to Legion, but it's purely speculative. There's no spoilers here, okay? We'll be showing this on camera later, but you guys brought it up, so I'm going to go ahead and mention it here really quick. So, Kilrog Deadeye and his orc people have their own little thing. They have the power to see their own death, okay? It's a very specific Loa-style contract with their own ancestral spirits, right? It's a very specific power of theirs through a very specific ritual. Hey, McDaddy. Welcome to my stream. I'm glad you like my Mass Effect stuff. As I often say, don't be a stranger. If you want to chat or talk or ask questions, go for it. So, they have this specific power to see the vision of their own death. Now, this is really important. Every single vision of their death that has ever been seen ever has been accurate. It has never been wrong. That's important, because it doesn't mean they're seeing a potential future. It doesn't mean they're seeing what might happen. It means they see the moment of their own death. Okay? That's really, really important, because Kilrog shows us the moment of our own death. It happens in gameplay. I thankfully got very, very fortunate to be able to capture that on camera. It took a lot of effort. And now so I can actually show you it. Okay? We see the moment of our own death. I'll tell you exactly what it is right now. We die alongside Khadgar in the Undercity, fighting against wave after wave after wave of demons. I could show it to you now. Maybe. Or I could describe it like I just did. Whee! Ah, thank you, Shiryu. Dead is a relative term. And let's be honest, the most likely thing that's happened is we're going to die, as described, and then get back up, or keep going, or fight on as undead, or be resurrected, or whatever. That is the most likely thing that's going to happen. However, God, wouldn't it be awesome if they really did something with that? Because again, those death visions are never wrong. And that's why I kept emphasizing that over and over. That's why it was, whoops. That's why it was so important to emphasize that point. Oh God, Sonoshi. Do we have a release date on Andromeda yet? Interesting. The what, Dakota? That's a completely different thing, Wise Relief. That is in Mythic Garrosh, and what that is actually the dreams of Yasharaj, and exactly what visions Yasharaj has in the battle, by the way, been pouring into Garrosh's mind. God, I really hope not, Hylisk. I hate that potential future bullcrap, if I could just be blunt. When you show someone a vision of the future, make it mean something. Either make it actually happen, or insist that, no, it was just a vision, it doesn't mean anything. Don't pull that, this is what might happen, this is a potential future garbage. That is such writing shorthand for, I'm lazy and can't actually do a proper story arc. I hate that trash! I almost thought for a long time that Babylon 5 was actually going to do that, and, well, I suppose I should shut my mouth now, but anyways, it just, God, I hate that garbage. Absolutely hate that garbage. This was shown well after that, Dakota. Well after that, in lore and in gameplay. This was shown in the most recent raid as of Warlord, so basically as close to now as it's possible to be. Yeah, exactly. Don't give me that stupid, this is what might happen thing. Ugh! Really? Really? What might happen? Piss off! Hey, God, I get sick of that. Anyways. And that's probably what's going to happen, and then I'll probably quit WoW because I'll be pissed off. And then I'll come back to WoW because I want to play it again. But I hate that crap. I would rather, if you're going to do the potential future thing, don't show us the potential future. Don't even bring it in. Don't make the visions thing. Don't see anything. Just leave it alone. God's sakes. As me master told me, upon the violent death, the music of a creature may escape and seek revenge. Shrinking the creatures as you did prevents the music from escaping. Now we can use it as we please. The next step is the hippogriffs. As Master Uzere always said, hippogriffs been loyal companions to the Night of so many years, and our spirits are loyal and steadfast. I don't think they'll miss a few, and I don't think they'll care if I do. Or I'll care if they do. We need the music of 10 of the hippogriffs.
Good to meet ya.
Yeah, WoW's free to 20, then you gotta sub. I am subbed right now, for example. Unfortunately, yes, I have, Declan.
I have just the
Yes,
thing for
fine,
you.
here, give me your crap.
May the eternal sun.
You know what, I'm just gonna refuse to keep doing this quest. It's just killing Yeti for no reason. It's one of the vanilla quests, it's dumb, it's boring, it has no lore, moving on. Sub is 16 a month, I want to say. $16, excuse me, a month. I know it depends on where you live. Here it's 16 bucks a month. Oh God, Bragan. Well, what we need to do is do what back in the day was one of the most irritating and long trailers in forever. Or trailers? Escort quests. Nowadays, it's a lot easier. You appear to have found and recovered the wreckage of a robotic chicken? The voice from within the egg crackles to life. Yes, excellent work. This is indeed my homing robot. Although my sensors indicate it may need a jump start before it can fly back to Booty Bay for repairs. Go ahead and place the beacon inside the rover. The beacon will take care of the rest. You place the egg distress beacon inside the chicken homing robot. Hums and whirs are heard from inside the robot as it struggles to stand up. After the robot comes to life, Oglethorpe's voice is heard once more. OOX22-FE is working at least, but it needs some major repairs. It's much too heavy for you to carry it, but I think I have an idea. Are you up for watching it some more? Ding. The gnome's voice cracks again. I need you to move it to an open, safeguarded area so I can begin a lengthy takeoff procedure. It has built-in cloaking, but I need time on my end to make it operational again. Escort the robot from its current location to, let's say, the main road. That should be perfect.
I'm escorting a robotic chicken.
Damn it, third. I would almost like that just for the reference. Fine. If it makes you feel any better, Taitu, I am barely functional with the amount of money I make because of relative expenses. So, you're welcome, Sergeant Nika. Soldering for the win. Or soldering for the win. Or is it... Maybe I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just gonna shut up. So, these quests used to really suck. Like, a lot. These quests used to, be about 3 times as long, and have 5 times the spawns, and the chicken moved a little bit slower. Nowadays, it's just straight to here, and bam, you're done. So the idea here is these were actually... Anyways, I probably could survive on the amount of money I make right now alone. I wouldn't be able to turn any money over to the show, so that means no new games purchased for the show. And no new, cutting back on certain expenses as well. That would also mean a few other problems. Which is one of the reasons why I have roommates right now.
Hail. Go in peace.
As long as you guys aren't trying to insist that I don't have a real job, or that I don't work my ass off all day, every day, 7 days a week. Because if you're going to tell me that, then I'm going to ban you the hell off my channel. Because I'm really, really sick of hearing that garbage. I was actually yelled at just yesterday for how incredibly tired and sick I've been lately. Right now we're trying to capture the music of creatures, which I actually wanted to talk about. How many of you out there can tell me what music is? Yes, that's what I meant. Roommates, Taitu. My sister equals roommate. I still pay, to live here. Anybody? Well, I know you guys are kind of tired of hearing of this, but we don't actually functionally know what music is. We have a really good idea, but it's never confirmed outright what music is. When I say music, by the way, I mean M-U-I-S-E-K. So, music is something that we literally capture from dying creatures in the moment of their death. God, I just really lost my train of thought there. Music is something we capture from creatures in the moment of their death. This is obviously some kind of wild magic, one way or another. These are also the only quests that reference this. These same quests were actually present back in vanilla, believe it or not. There was a troll gentleman here, the gentleman she refers to as her master, actually, who taught her all about the... Maybe some of that'll go away when we get the book, so on. He taught her everything he knows, and so we're kind of recurring that here. This is a lot easier to do than it used to be, but based on what we're seeing, these are either specifically animal soul gems, or like a form of wild magic soul capturing, or we are specifically taking from these creatures the essence of their bestial nature, basically, out of them as we do it. To explain what I mean a little bit, a lot of more wild magic, you know, like voodoo or whatever, tends to involve actually, oh shoot, what's the command for the pole again? I can't remember it. A lot of the magic that involves that kind of thing usually involves, here, hang on, bam. I'll just do the manual link for right now. I don't remember the command. Involves, like, for example, taking feathers from a hippogriff, or beak from a hippogriff, or wings from a hippogriff. I feel like the music is just a more direct form of accomplishing it. The pole, thank you. In other words, rather than trying to get the items off of any given creature in order to use them magically in their as a resource, basically, to use them as a reagent, you literally just rip out their souls straight as they're dying, and that soul, as it's ripped out, then can be used for any number of spells or components or enchantments or whatever. Hence the music of all these different beasts and creatures. The only things we know for absolute... That's all speculation on my part. The only things we know for absolute certainty is that we are doing something with the beast as it dies to prevent its soul from escaping, and we are we are gathering pieces of these creatures to use as ingredients in voodoo magic. I have to admit, this would be an interesting line of thought for the trolls to go into. Don't forget that trolls actually do know how to directly take the souls out of people and use them as reagents, or food, or whatever. For example, the Amani trolls of Zulaman were doing exactly that. That was the whole reason behind the sacrifices we were there to save, and the hundreds and hundreds of other sacrifices they took in there as well. They did this whole ritual, ripped the people's souls out, and each soul made them stronger. This is actually an interesting concept, and something that I would see is... I would almost like to see this as a gameplay mechanic. Because, look, Dita will be fine. I didn't get any blood on me, see? No blood. So they can't tell. So it would be interesting as a gameplay mechanic with, like, literally, rather than being level 110, say you're level 100 or whatever, right? This is a bad example, but just bear with me. And so you consume target souls, and each soul basically gives you a temporary level. or like can be used as some kind of actual currency in the usage of spells or whatever. Because that's basically what the Amani trolls were doing. In game, for all intents and purposes, they were like level 50, but then they consumed tons and tons and tons of souls, so they were effectively level 100 instead of level 50. That's why they were so powerful. And yes, we consumed a little over 1,000 souls to empower Shadowmourne. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. That's actually the quest. You have to go kill 1,000 frickin' things in Citadel with Shadowmourne. It takes a bit. It takes a while to do that. And yeah, this could literally just be standard voodoo, you know, Loa magic. And they're just calling it something else. Which is a very simple and mundane answer for what the music actually is. Hey, they're the ones who call it that, Taitu, not me. I'm just using their words. See, when you call a bunny... Bunnies can call other bunnies cute, but when someone else calls a bunny cute... It's okay, Last Echo. We're doing it... We're doing it to fight the Gorduni, and they are bad guys, so it's okay.
How are you?
Well, yeah, but to capture the hippogriffs. Master always said, after killing an animal, if we allowed the music to escape, it'd take the form of an even greater creature. This is dangerous stuff. Thanks for helping me with my studies. I've done all I can for you. Music stronger than the hippogriff just isn't within my power to work with it yet. So I can't make you deal with the disaster I could bring. But while you've been busy, I've been readying the hippogriff music. Take it to my master in Camp Mohachi. He can create powerful weapons with it. Hope he'll be impressed by what I done.
You be careful, man.
Nice, Jengies. I like it. Oh, what's that called? What Nerazaz is mentioning has a term. And I don't mean New Game Plus. There's another term for that. Well, whatever. The idea of being able to do a re-roll restart thing is something I would actually like. But the problem is, there are people who would do that to the nth degree. And from then on, you suddenly have the problem from a developer perspective of balancing content around people who have recycled their levels over and over and over and over and over. So you can either cap it, in which case you balance everything around the cap, which means it becomes required and then a chore, or you let it be uncapped and you give up on balancing anything forever. Or you could just scale everything to ridiculous, absolutely ludicrous scales of power, like Diablo 3 does, for example.
Greetings.
So, you have proven yourself to be trustworthy and dependable ally.
Go forth to victory.
Do you have the orb? Well done. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, but you only get cosmetic stuff for doing that third, which I'm okay with, by the way. Because there's no balancing concerns at that point. It's just, you want to re-level and get a new mount, or get a new title? Bam, done. I like that idea. I'll probably do that a few times in Legion. We're lucky and unlucky here, Grunt. Lucky I had you bother to bring this back, and unlucky my suspicions turned out to hold water. This thing is full of corrupted stench. It's far too new to be something fished out of the ruins, either. Someone is supplying these ogres, and we need to know who before this becomes a situation. Get that filthy thing upstairs to Swarjon, the warlock on the guard tower. He's good for a few ideas. I'd listen to his suggestions if I were you.
Fight well, friend.
Now that we've put the hurt on them at the ruins, it's time to attack the ogres in their own territory. The Gordok are the upper class of the Gorduni clan, chosen to defend the Dire Mall. They'll know we mean business once we start taking out their strongest members. Nothing fancy here. Just get out there and crack some skulls.
Strength.
Right. I've got it, guys. We'll never get ogres as playable in WoW. But I want to be able to play as ogres as a side in Warcraft 4. What do you think? I hate you, Zoan. I hate you so much. I can never have it anyways, because it's alliance only. And I have no alliance characters that can wield a two-hander. So yeah, this is our warlock, an ogre.
Yes?
What do you got for me? You said the Gorduni had this? Disgusting. There's no way the Gorduni made these. They're being supplied. Someone is giving them gifts of power, and we need to find out who. The upper-class Gordok that guard Dire Maul will know more about this. Orin is no doubt having you thin their numbers, but I'll need one alive. Take the orb back. It's similar to a soul stone, so I've made some, adjustments. Hold it up in front of a weakened Gordok, and once you've captured him, bring it back here. Mongrel Horde. Do want... Give me my Mongrel Horde, damn it! Sorry. I'll shut up. And it will be awesome, Taitu! It will be the greatest thing in the known universe. Blizzard can do no wrong. I don't know what else to say here. I'm trying to pretend to be a fanboy. How am I doing? Blizzard is the greatest, and anyone who ever says anything bad about them, ever, must obviously be wrong. What else? I have tons of Blizzard stuff. Totally. You know, I'm not sure I actually have any Blizzard paraphernalia. As much of your lore, I'd say about maybe 5% of the lore I share has come from the books. There's some critical details, but that's it. And hello, Gemkey. So this is Dire Maul, by the way. Ooh, that's a good question. Obviously, I'd have to come up with both names. And he's now in the Soulstone. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dakota. You just don't understand about how awesome things are amazing. So anyways, Dire Maul. I actually already talked about Eldra Thalas. This was the primary location of Eldra Thalas itself. Now, you may notice as you're looking around here, this place looks an awful lot like an actual fortress. Very good. Very perceptive. The original Eldra Thalas was a... Yes, I actually have third on both. And yes, it's awesome. Especially the way they do the names. It was originally a research facility, but when it became clear that the demons were invading, rather than joining up with the main offensive force that was fighting against the demons up closer to the Well of Eternity, these guys just holed up and used all of their power and magic and wisps and all that to basically turn this place into a fortress. Yeah, it hasn't aged well at all. It's really blurry and big. But anyways, it would be better if it was like a tenth the size. So having done so, they just kind of holed up, and they actually did have quite a few demon attacks here, believe it or not. In fact, that's where they got Imulthar from. Imulthar was one of the demons specifically who was attacking this Eldra Thalas during the War of the Ancients. Dire Maul. I spent so much time here back in Vanilla. In many cases, the gear here was actually better for specific things I wanted than Molten Core gear. So I did a lot of prep work both here for my own character and for a bunch of other characters when we were moving into Blackwing Lair. Who knows, Dakota? Too heavy, maybe? I don't know. And yeah, I've praised Blizzard's doodad design many, many, many times because it's phenomenal. One of the things you will notice as we go through Dire Maul proper, which we're not actually doing just yet, is an almost total lack of that. I mean, these bushes are doodads, and so are the rubble. And that's pretty much it. It's kind of sad, actually. On the occasional, we'll get a tiny little bench over here, but you almost wouldn't even notice if I didn't call attention to it. The visual design of Dire Maul could have been better, is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see, they actually took normal textures and just enlarged them excessively to make the very, very, very tall buildings here for the mall itself. I should probably explain the term mall, actually. Mall I thought might be based on some real-life thing. I wasn't able to uncover anything, so feel free to correct me if you're aware of what Maul is based off of in real life. But in lore, in Azeroth, or I should say in Warcraft, Maul is actually an ogre term. It literally means home. A Maul is someplace where the ogres claim as a regular place of domicile, and hence High Maul, to use another example of that. The significance of that is obvious, I should say. But one of the things they do try to do is they use very, very basic terms. Even the old Gorians used basic terms. But those terms are always very indicative. For example, the High Maul is the actual capital of the Gorian Empire. The Dire Maul is the place that the ogres, the Gorduni in particular here in the Gordok, have claimed as the center of ogre power in Azeroth. And actually, that is totally true. There is no location in all of Azeroth that is stronger in terms of ogre political, military, and resource power than the Dire Maul. This effectively is the ogre capital of Azeroth. Fun fact, in lore, we take over, at least for a few minutes, this Dire Maul. And I only mention that because some people, and I kind of joked about this earlier, some people have said that the way you make ogres playable on the Alliance is you say that we're some of the ogres that followed an Alliance person who became king of Dire Maul. And that's how you lore explain playing an Alliance ogre. How did the ogres end up in Azeroth? The orcs, the demonic horde specifically, brought them with them. There were... Back in Warcraft 1, they were the enforcers of Gul'dan, keeping all the horde underneath his control. Obviously, that has all been retconned to crap and back. Basically, there were two types of ogres that came over into Azeroth. The regular kind of ogres, like the ones you're looking at right here, and the two-headed ogre magi, who I've actually talked about before, which were primarily artificially generated. God, it hurts. I do not, Zoan. So a huge number of ogres came through the portal with the first invasion in the first war, and then an even bigger number came through in the second war, partially because of Cho'Gall's influence, and partially because of the fact that the vast majority of the demonic horde charged through after Warcraft 1 ended and during Warcraft 2. So there's actually several thousand ogres on Azeroth, more than enough to maintain their own population, culture, tribes, etc. Dire Maul North. Anyone up for tribute?
Mokra.
Excellent. Even these fools will know that to stand against the Horde means death.
May your blades never...
Hello, Night Forager. How are you? Also, in response to Takoida, every ogre we've seen who is actually wearing heavy armor is usually a beast in combat. So it's not like they don't understand what armor and armored use is actually really useful. How do they maintain the population? Well, that is a good question. There are enough ogres to maintain a population. That's not a problem. What is a problem is we don't know if ogre females exist. So the answer is, I'd rather not think about ogre sex if I can, but we do not know. Oh, I can feel the whelp in there. Let's get him out and ask some questions. Talk, ogre. Who's giving your clan these trinkets? Not gonna talk. Yeah, this is an ogre warlock, by the way. Who has given you power? Cho'Gall! Cho'Gall! The Twilight's hammer! Where are they? Dire Maul! Dire Maul! Good. Now throw yourself off. Roar. And then he's eaten by boars. It's okay, his flesh was already cooked. I'll hold on to the orb for safekeeping. Go inform Rokaran of our cultist problem. Yeah, I know who Krieg is. I just... yeah. Wow, Taitu, that is the most horrible thing you've ever said. So... I just want to point out one other thing. A lot of people assume all ogres are stupid. As I've pointed out before, that's actually not true. Now, most of the ogres we see are stupid in Azeroth because the vast majority of the ogres that came through were the dumb... hey, Blackie. Were the dumb servitor ogres that were brought through by the demonic horde, as I just mentioned. So the majority of the ogres that came over were stupid. They were literally just, duh, must be dumb. Must do dumb, you know, that kind of a thing. There was no actual drive within them, but there are intelligent ogres. Even the ogres themselves, the actual ogre society in the Gorian Empire and otherwise, have this very severe classism between intelligent ogres and dumb ogres. In fact, this is actually really, really similar to what real life has done many times in the past, trying to deliberately keep knowledge, education, and information from the serfs to maintain power over them. So... yeah. So the majority of ogres we encounter are stupid. As we'll see, that's really not the case for ogres as an overall. And the fact, and I mentioned that, of course, because the ogre we just talked to was functionally very intelligent and had no problem thinking or reasoning for himself. Margok is exceptionally intelligent. Margok is probably the most intelligent ogre we encounter in the series thus far. And it's one of the reasons he was such a deadly adversary. You know, not just as a gameplay boss, but in lore. There's a reason he was the Imperator. Obscure Highborn lore. You know how Night Elves are arrogant, right? Well... what you're probably aware of is the fact that a fairly large amount of Highborn were, I'm kidding, dog. A fairly large amount of Highborn were loyal to Ashara and to Xavius, right? What you probably don't know is there were entire groups, entire sects of Highborn who were so arrogant that they believed they could actually stand against the overall will of the Highborn proper, aka Ashara and her ilk, and still maintain using their excessive amount of demonic magic. Most of those Highborn are now dead, or worse. We'll actually see some of that when we get to Winterspring. Unfortunately, that's not here. The Chandrilar, they're, well... we'll talk a little bit more about them when we actually go through Dire Maul.
Strength and honor.
So, the Twilight's Hammer thinks it could just raise its own army of ogres here, in the middle of Horde territory? Wait, this is Horde territory all of a sudden? We'll see about that. Ogres only respect one thing, strength. Now, interesting fact, that is true. But strength does not mean physical strength. The ogres actually, and again, the Gorian Empire in particular, actually respected overall power more than just how strong I am physically. And that's, again, one of the reasons why Margok was the Imperator. He was the strongest ogre. He could maintain that position on top of the heap. He once actually murdered one of his own high counselors in a show of force, magically speaking, just to demonstrate the fact that he deserved to still be the Imperator, in order to silence people who questioned his orders. It's extremely cutthroat, ogre politics. But it's surprisingly effective. Hang on. Everything the light touches is our domain. Oh, excuse me, I gotta do the Garoships. Everything the light touches is our domain. There we go. That's a little better. Is that better? I think that's better. Also, this mount is awesome. Whee! Whee! Took forever for it to drop. Whee! So yeah, Dire Maul. Now, I like Dire Maul. I really do. I think it's one of the better designed dungeons, purely in terms of mechanics. The Tribute Run was very clever. and I liked the concept of it. I like most of the actual bosses themselves in all three wings, and I like the fact that they tried to flex a little bit with boss mechanics. They didn't just have your typical MC style, okay, so here's a boss and you got to dispel. And that's it, that's the mechanic of the boss, dispel. You know, they tried to stretch out a little bit, and I liked that. The problem with Dire Maul is, this what you're looking at right here is probably the only really cool looking aspect of Dire Maul, and it's only really cool looking at this distance. Because, yeah.
The sun of life will set forever, as light gives way to eternal night.
Oblivion looms, it calls!
The Twilight's hammer is the instrument of this grand destruction. The method of glorious annihilation.
Tear aside the veil, open your mind to emptiness!
Through us, will you find true power? Join us!
Join us!
And be granted strength beyond strength!
Strength! His might!
Sorry, give me just a second. I'm trying to remember which one's which. I can't remember which one's which. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's what I thought. So the first voice you're hearing, the more normal sounding, oh, I'm destruction voice, that's Cho. The insane, crazy voice, that's Gaul. For those of you not aware, ogres who are two-headed ogres actually do have two names. The first name and the second name. And whenever the ogre overall refers to itself, it calls itself Cho Gaul. But Cho, again, is the name of one of the heads, and Gaul is the name of the other. And the degree to which the two heads work together in any given ogre varies. Some are actually very coordinated. Some are incredibly precise, very mentally disciplined. Margok is a great example of that one. You'll notice Margok only ever speaks with one voice. That's because the other head is always silent. On purpose. He's thinking. He's coordinating with the other head mentally. But he always keeps himself silent, so there's only the one voice speaking for Margok. And then you have guys like Cho'Gall, where they're mostly in coordination with each other, but sometimes there's a little overlap. So here we have Azeroth. Yeah. Interesting fact is, all four elements are here, which I find interesting. But then again, they have no problem enslaving the other two, so shrug. Hey guys.
Behold! The world you see before you has been judged.
Fire, water, earth, air!
All shall perish before the elements.
Burn and drown and crush and suffocate!
Join us and embrace the inevitable end.
The Master's power calls!
You will be reborn, stronger than flesh.
Strength beyond form! Power in the infinite!
Swear your allegiance to me.
The Master wants, he sees and wants and hungers.
And you will be remade in my image.
Wait! Infidel! A heathen among us!
An intruder. You! Show yourselves, my ogres. Slay this insect.
Blood for the Master! Blood and suffering!
I'm just right here. I wasn't trying to hide or nothing. So, a quick note. You notice his model is different from other ogres. Just a little bit different. Most notably in the faces. Just food for thought. Most two-headed ogres refer to themselves as I, despite the clear two distinct personalities there. Also, to quote it, to my knowledge, Margok is the only ogre who can communicate with his own head mentally. Which, again, just kind of makes my point for me. So that was our fire elementally infused shaman. So actually, a fun fact, ogres are actually, by nature, very powerful shamans. arguably some of the most shamanistically powerful races anywhere.
I'll stain my hands with your blood!
Murder! Murder!
Oh crap. Oh crap. Ah! Crap, 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 crap. Crap, 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 crap. He's casting Flaming Pillar of Doom, is the name of the spell he's casting there. Stone Maul! Cry havoc, brothers and sisters. Yeah, they all have the chest scars, too. It's another variance there. Now, Cho'Gall is damned strong. We don't actually represent much of a threat to him at the moment. He's going to leave mostly out of irritation here. Yes, those are eyeballs in his chest and arms, by the way.
Enjoy your hollow victory, insects.
The darkness comes!
May it console you as your world rots.
They're kind of happy about the victory here. Oh yeah, soak it in. Soak it in. Yeah, whip. Well, that's because that was before he was infused with Cthulhu. For those of you wondering, the reason Cho'Gall has eyeballs in his chest and his arms, and why he's got the giant claw carapace crap on his back, I don't even know what to call it, is because he actually had this adventure with someone who doesn't exist in the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj prior to the Cataclysm. And while he was there, he actually merged with the power left in the dead body of Cthulhu. And that power turned him into that. So Cho'Gall is a normally powerful undead, or an ogre, excuse me, not undead, who also, on top of being a fairly strong ogre, and a very powerful...
the sun of life will set forever.
Him. Who, in addition to being a powerful priest, also has some strong power granted to him thanks to that old gun infusion. So he is very technically a multi-class character. And I say technically because the other power just comes from the Cthulhu infusion. So he is a shadow priest who is also a shaman, basically, a dark shaman specifically. Actually, I don't believe we've ever seen an undead ogre on camera before. I mean, I see literally zero reason why an ogre couldn't be made undead, but I don't think we've ever encountered such a thing. So yes, that was Cho'Gall. He's a fairly major character, actually. Even though we don't see him on camera as much as I'd like. He gets a lot of screen time throughout Kata, though. And a decent amount in Warlords. But that is a different Cho'Gall, obviously. To my knowledge, the scars are purely ritualistic. Of the others, to make this clear, Cho'Gall received those scars from the battle wounds he endured during Warcraft 2. That's actually part of his lore. So I believe the other ogres scar themselves in a similar manner to show their loyalty to him. That's true, there are ogre ghosts. So we know Type 2 undead ogres exist, at the very least.
Lok'tar.
We've done it! Cho'Gall himself has been utterly humiliated by you. His minions are dead, his Gordok are scattered, and now all will know the might of the Horde! Lok'tar Ogar! Murloc. You've done a hell of a job here, Iron Man. With the Twilight's hammer shamed, and the Gorduni left bleeding and broken, we're able to set our sights on the true battle with the Alliance! Really? It's time to build our forces enough to match the Night Elves infesting this place. I'm sending you to Camp Mohache, or Mohachi, or however the hell you're actually supposed to pronounce that. I don't know. I'm terrible at pronunciations. Lok'tar for
Go
the
forth to
garage.
victory.
By some weird chance.
blood and
Nope,
thunder.
don't think so. Whoops. We're gonna have to travel there. That's okay. Technically, I think we could do Daramal now. I don't think the quests lead in there. I'm not sure. So that's the first of the new quest arcs that was added in Kata, dealing with the Gordok and the Gorduni. The Gorduni is actually one of the higher ranked clans from back on Draenor. What we have with them is actually kind of a funny situation. Basically, the Gorduni came through the portal, along with many, many other ogres, obviously. And they said, well, we used to be in charge, so we should still be in charge. And they, yeah. There's a reason why they established this place and basically made it the ogre capital of Azeroth. Cho'Gall was not in vanilla at all, actually. Cho'Gall did not even make a single appearance in vanilla. Or BC, or Northrend. So, like I said, there was no story here in vanilla. There was a small quest chain about the music, and then there was like, go fight the Furbogs. Okay, go skin some Yetis. Okay, go kill the giants. And then, okay, go do other worthless, stupid crap. You know, fight ogres. There was zero story here. There wasn't even, like, setting building. It was really dull. Well, they updated another thing, because there's one other major story arc running through Feralas, other than dealing with the Gordok and the Twilight's Hammer. Hello, E. Thomas. I do find it kind of amusing in its own way that we are, that Cho'Gall has been running around personally doing so much to further the cause of the Twilight's Hammer. It says a lot for the kind of person, or people, he is. Very much a person who wants to go out and actually do stuff rather than sit behind lines and give out orders to the masses. It kind of shows the big difference between Cho'Gall and Gul'dan. Gul'dan hated getting his hands dirty. Cho'Gall loves it. Cho'Gall wants to be out there doing things himself. He's the one who actually ran around basically recruiting the elements himself back in the pre-Kata launch event and in lore as well. And he's the one who's been running around basically gathering together recruits and forces for the Twilight's Hammer for years. Pretty much ever since he was abandoned here after Warcraft 2. That's what he's been doing. The only difference is now he's doing it openly. So you see all these guys, by the way? See all these many refugees? These are the refugees from the disaster over on the Thousand Needles. Which I'm just going to zip over here really quick. Sometimes I wonder if they wrote Gul'dan to be a relatively inactive character so that he wouldn't win. Because Gul'dan is in the running for one of the strongest characters in the whole setting. He was really powerful. And not counting, you know, the really, really upper things like Archimond or whatnot, he might have been the strongest warlock we've ever seen. I mean, for God's sakes. This direction. You see this right here? See this massive chunk of land? Yeah, Gul'dan pulled that up from the ocean floor. Oh yeah! Right. Right. So as you can see, the Grim Totem have become a problem here for the Alliance. It's a good thing the Alliance allied with them. That's that really has worked out well for them. I think they're doing well for that. I'm rooting for the Alliance in this case, by the way. Screw the Grim Totem. Yes, that was during the Second War, when Gul'dan took a huge chunk of the Demonic Horde forces out with him. 3 full clans worth. A massive force of soldiers and material and arms and most of the functional fleet, too. I agree, Hylisk. But that's the point. Gul'dan is so powerful because he never held himself back. I like Bragwin's idea that Gul'dan never held himself back, partially because he believed he would be able to be, ascended to a true demon, well, to an artificial demon. But also, the more he did that, the less life he had to burn. And so he got more and more desperate, which caused him to continue going full tilt because he couldn't afford to hold back anymore. In fact, one thing I would really love, forgive me, is if the original Gul'dan died because of his own fell magic use. That no one actually killed him. I don't know if that's true. In fact, we actually don't know what actually killed Gul'dan. It has been assumed he was torn apart by demons, but we don't actually know that. I would love the idea if Gul'dan was in the tome, and he was so desperate, and like, if you can imagine his life bar, like how much life essence is left in him, and he's just flinging fell magic over everywhere, left and right, trying desperately to find it, and he's dead. That's the end of it. The idea of that just appeals to me so much. I actually have been having that problem off and on today, Tai, too. In fact, I hope it hasn't been showing up on stream. Looks like it hasn't. Alright.
Relax.
Aha, tell me about the music! Oh, existing in this area are many creatures considered allies of the Night Elves. The Elves had access to the power of these creatures. It's time the Horde is be allowed the same satisfaction. I've devised a way this power can be captured and used for our benefit. Do not doubt what I tell you, Iron Man. Help me and you shall see that I speak the truth.
Okie dokie.
Excuse me. Alright. The wandering forest walkers that be found meandering to the forest are our next target. The Night Elves have enlisted treants as allies against the Horde. Their movement may be slow, but their role as protectors is undeniable. Soon this power will be for our own benefit.
See ya later.
Charlord, actually, if you'll recall, he probably did. He went into the tomb with a bunch of followers, and by the end he was alone. So...
Greetings.
I am thankful you've come, monk. Our camp is beset by many perils, yet we must tend to those fleeing from the devastation of the cataclysm. If there is to be any refuge here, you must help us.
Be careful.
I'm not sure, Zawan. That's an interesting question. Since we know the Warlock players are not the nicest people in the world, thanks, Black Fire Quest. Or Green Fire, excuse me. Ugh, the Green Fire Quest kind of showed how we're kind of bastards. And I didn't like that, actually. Yeah, no kidding, Sergeant. Such an idiot. Basically, Gul'dan was deceived. He believed that he would actually find the secrets to his ascension in the Tome of Sargeras. That was always a lie, though. Sargeras himself originated that particular lie, deception, specifically to gain Gul'dan's aid. I am proud of Mohachi's reputation as a safe haven in the wilds of Feralas, but the camp may face as many threats. The Gorduni ogres nearby claim the nearby foothills, and they despoil the wildlife. With the arrival of our brothers and sisters, I cannot let them linger anymore. Go forth! Drive the ogres out.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
I have heard of the battle against the corrupted dragons, and I thank you for your courage, but I have disturbing news. The Dryads of the forest, though allies of the Night Elves, have always passed us in peace, but they have become cruel, twisted, attacking any who wander the eastern wilds. I fear for the safety of the refugees here. Please, put a stop to these twisting Dryads.
We shall meet again. What brings you here?
We are staging a relief effort at Westreach Summit for all of Thousand Needles. Shin will lend you my Windrider to safely get you there. You must go quickly, if lives are to be saved. Well, I'll do that after I finish the entire zone. Is that quickly enough? No? Oh, tough.
peace, friend.
Yes, this guy's name is Hadoken. The gnolls, they are more than a nuisance. They are a constant threat to the very existence of this camp. It is irrelevant whether they are indigenous to Feralas or not. If we do not strengthen our resolve against them, we will find ourselves driven out of the entire region. The gnoll attacks against the camp have become more fevered of late. We need your aid in thinning their numbers. Bring to me 10 of their mains, and I will reward you handsomely. Go!
Be careful.
I will answer you in just a second, Thud. Just inside the eastern wing of Diremaul, one of the Warpwood ancients, Fergus Warpwood, still lives uncorrupted. You must go to Diremaul.
Goodbye. Well,
But we'll do that later. You must go to
Ancestors
Diremaul.
watch
Okay,
over you.
yeah, so. We'll go to Diremaul later.
What brings you here?
I have been beset by visions, monk. Visions of an icon of great power falling into sinister hands. I see an amulet held by the ancient elves sitting forgotten while its surroundings turn to ruins, until it is captured by demons through treachery and malice. Every night these sights flow through my dreams. The spirits are warning us. I am too old, and the camp's braves too occupied with guarding us. I must beseech you to follow my visions to the south. Seek the amulet.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Dryads are one of the 4 different races that came out of Cenarius. Probably Hylisk. And I actually agree with you. As much as I like the idea of, playing a good warlock, or at least a not bad warlock, you are probably correct. The personality I have for my own warlock is basically severe pragmatism and cynicism. She still helps the good guys, but she does it out of self-interest and her own belief in the way of things. In other words, she actively dislikes the concept of what the Burning Legion is trying to do. She would like to keep living, basically. Is that? Oh, that's a rare. No, I didn't. Oh, whatever. You're gonna die now. So yeah, Cenarius sired 4 separate races. The Centaur, the Magnetar, which are actually technically an offshoot, not a proper race, but whatever. The Keepers of the Grove, and the Dryads. All Dryads are female, all Keepers are male, Centaurs are both, Magnetar are both. Now, Dryads are Dryads and the Keepers of the Grove are in many ways the same race, because both were effectively constructed as opposed to being birthed, like the more natural Centaur and Magnetar. These are Dryads, by the way, corrupted Dryads, but Dryads nevertheless. As you can see, they're basically fawns with upper bodies, yada yada yada. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Whoop, 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 wrong direction. So the Dryads... I'm trying to think of what else there is to share about them. I mean, in general, they are very, very, very attached to any given thing, land-wise. They're not the only race like that. If you're paying attention, I've mentioned several different races so far who are more severely affected by damage to the land. For example, a Dryad tends to be a fairly innocent, lighthearted soul. They are overall fairly good aligned, in kind of an almost childlike manner, in a good way. However, if a Dryad happens to be in a given forest, for example, well, if you were to burn the forest, or corrupt it with fell magic, or pervert it with poisons, or bring old god influence into it, those Dryads would go from being to death to everything that lives. So Dryads are simultaneously stronger and weaker than most other races because of that natural connection. It's actually the same thing with many of the mountain giants and a few other more naturally inclined races like the furbogs. I'll attract the humans with my human call. I'm so wasted. I'm so wasted. Bingo, Takoida. That's a recurring theme throughout all of Warcraft. There are several races that are very susceptible as a result of that. Green dragons are another good example of that, by the way. As a result of their significant connection to the dream, they almost have no defense against the nightmare. Even the strongest and most noble of the green dragons are very easily corrupted by the nightmare. It's one of the reasons why the green dragons kept asking for other people for help against the nightmare. Yes, that's fell fires or like... well, for example, what the Venture Company tends to do is a good example of very unnatural devastation to the wildlands. Dryads are also naturally immortal, along with Keepers of the Grove. And their overall purpose is tenders. Gardeners, if you will. Dryads' purpose, and the reason they were constructed, is to, on a more personal and individual level, take care of nature and make sure everything is growing and taken care of and watched after, and that everything is happening as it should. Gosh, I don't know, so one. Oh, by the way, one little fun fact that I came across as I was doing some of my morning research. I always do just a little bit of research to refresh myself on topics before I start streaming, because I'm bad with names, and there's lots of little details in this game. That's why I have so many notes. Anyways, so one of the things that I had actually forgotten to mention while we were going through Ashenvale, the Twilight's Hammer are even more responsible for the war than I already thought. So, the Horde and Alliance both overspent like crazy in Northrend and in Outland. After two massive military campaigns, both sides were basically broke. They had hardly any capacity to take care of themselves or the people around them, right? So, the Horde was like, oh god, we're dying horribly. Please, Ashenvale. Or, they basically petitioned to the, whoops, those are Grim Totem. They basically petitioned to the Night Elves, please can we have some of the bounty of Ashenvale? And the Night Elves said, piss off with the Night Elves! That's right. Night Elves. That's all we do, is piss off people. No, seriously though, you already know all that. What I didn't know was, apparently, one of the first things that Orgrimmar tried to do is they tried to build up Durotar and actually take care of it more, and either to try and... They basically tried to make more arable land in Durotar. Now, the funny thing about this is, they were stymied in all of their efforts. They actually sent druids, shamans, and of course just, you know, farmers to Durotar, and they failed. Because the Twilight's Hammer was actively despoiling the lands around Durotar, and around the Barrens as well, actually. So, it is possible that this would have stopped the war. I sincerely doubt it. But it definitely didn't help, because the Twilight's Hammer actually actively ensured that the Horde had to go ahead and expand somewhere or do something in order to survive. And yeah. Oh, right, I'm supposed to kill you guys. Die. Poik off. Hey, Lofus, excuse me. That is true, Takoida. Like I said, it is actually something I would love to see written, and probably never will be, about how Durotar, if it's not very carefully taken care of, because of the massive amount of water that's just been dumped on it, that Durotar is actually in danger of just silting off into the sea. And that it's just screwed, you know? I doubt that'll ever, anything will ever come of that, because most other people aren't actually interested in things like setting building like I am. But, yeah. Be kind of a cool story arc to follow. Durotar is going to fall into the ocean. Ah, what do we do? Ah! You know, that kind of a thing. I get a lot of questions about Palpatine on my Tumblr. Oh my god. Well, let's go ahead and head south. Ugh. So one Joker, have you, Oh, you did it! You fixed your, You fixed your caps lock. I don't know who that is, Kay. Sorry. Not enough. If only we, like, could solve fixing Duratar by punching people, I'm sure it would become a plot arc soon. But yeah, when I say fall into the ocean, I don't mean literally. I mean, like, Duratar would cease to function. Right now, it's like one step away from being a peninsula. Imagine if it actually just flat out gone. And so Orgrimmar might still be there. And now Orgrimmar is suddenly beachfront property. Because the rest of it just disintegrated and became slick, you know? God, that would be interesting. But of course, they would never do that because people are really, really tired of Horde storylines. Because every story is about the Horde. There is no Alliance storyline, ever. Now, in the interest of fairness, they actually were running short on time for Cataclysm, and it was already taking them a long time. So they had a massive Horde storyline built up, which they basically went through with. And then the neutral storyline, which everyone assumed was Horde because Thrall's an orc. And then they never really got as far as they wanted with the Alliance storylines. Now, that being said, I will just say that Westfall is probably one of my favorite new zones in Cataclysm, because it really shows how much of an infrastructure problem the Alliance had when it came to the previous two expansions. But, yeah. So, as we can see, the one Joker here is pretending to be a certain individual I shall not name who created Doom.
Who you be?
We able to capture the wandering forest walkers. Thank you. This is my first time working with treant music. Iron Man, I must have you capture a creature that in appearance may look quite fragile, yet its powerful spirit is what we truly after. The fair dragons I speak of have served the night elves of their allies. We must capture one, so the Horde... Isn't that like the exact same quest dialogue from previously?
Loktar.
No.
Strength.
I'll never say, Kay.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Thank you, Iron Man, but there's more work to be done
May
to keep
the
the camp
eternal
safe.
sun shine upon thee.
Ding.
Winds
Wait,
be-
come back! What are you doing? No! Ding time. Here's me with my Tauren friends. Tauren friends.
How?
You may have seen this with your own eyes, but my long runners have reported something disturbing to me. The Gorduni of the hills have captured a Sasquatch from the wilds. I don't know how long it's been held, but the ogres are not one for hobbies. I fear they plan to unleash the tortured beast on Camp Moashi.
We shall meet again.
The Gorduni are not known to tame animals. If they're learning, this is cause for alarm. While the Sasquatch they've tamed may be the major threat, the Gorduni who captured him must be dealt with as well.
Go in peace.
The dragons of nature. Heed her call, Iron Man. Do not linger here. Her request for your aid is both a great honor and an omen of terrible danger. The place she spoke of is called the Emerald Summit, a path off the main road through the lower wilds. All of Feralas may rest on your shoulders.
Walk with the earth.
Oh, you're welcome, Zoan. I told you it sounds like a game that was up your alley. And I wasn't trying to be like, haha, you totally like this stupid game. No, I actually meant it as a real recommendation.
Hail.
We drive them back, and yet they still attack. Someone or something must be driving... Oh, you've returned. Do you have the mains I require? This is proof of your skill. and a good start. You are not the only one that I ask that task of. Many before have fought them, and in times past our efforts have kept them at bay. Recently, though, their attempts to push northward into our area of influence have increased dramatically. Their attacks have also become more savage, almost desperate. I have a plan, though, that might settle things once and for all.
Go in peace.
Gnolls are unfortunately as resilient as they are brutish and stupid. The forest was merely a setback. Over the years, they have fallen into a dance of strength and dominance. When their numbers surge and they threaten the camp, the alphas must be slain. We will drive them back to the forest and leave us at peace if they forget their lessons.
Be careful.
Gnolls aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, but they will have no doubt some sort of documented strategy on their recent activity.
Farewell.
Let's see if we can find
Go
it.
in peace.
I could too, Permius. Here's me adventuring. Isn't this nice? Apparently the Hearthstone expansion has been formally announced. Let's see here. Well. What do we got here? What am I looking at? Frost Mage artifact weapons. Wow. And yet another raid guild has called it quits. That's 2 in the last couple of weeks. Understandable, though, really. Oh, I'm gonna have to read all of that, aren't I? That'll have to wait. What can I say, Wise Relief? I remember what it was like playing on PvP Realms back in the dark days before the Empire. Examining the map reveals it to be a battle plan that Hadouken Swiftstrider wants. Numerous arrows that perhaps represent troop movements are drawn on the map, although most seem to be headed towards the south rather than the north. Another section of the map has a picture of what you think is a large insect of some kind. With the battle plans of the Gnolls discovered, all that remains is to bring the plans back to Hadouken. Maybe he could figure out what's going on with this. I wonder. I sure hope there's no giant, massive, powerful bugs of doom called Silithid in the area, because that would be terrible. That is an interesting way to demonstrate that an expansion's coming out. Painting it slowly on the side of a wall. I'm not near it unless you have the ability to tunnel. I mean, if you could tunnel through stuff, then yeah, I'm definitely near a certain desert. But bugs can't tunnel, right? We're safe? We're safe. Okay, good. Whew, you had me worried there for a second. Last thing I want to deal with. Oh. Wow, Cthulhu is actually a card now. Battle cry. Deal damage equal to this minion's attack, randomly split amongst all enemies. Oh, hey. Can't blame you on that one, Last Exile. So this quest in vanilla used to have just random woodpaw alphas all over the place. And they were a rare spawn, and they sucked. Nowadays, there's just a bunch of woodpaw alphas up here in one spot that you can go and kill. So it's basically the same quest, they just streamlined it a little bit. Not that I'm complaining. Quite the contrary. Interesting, Nero's ass. But then Lorthermar also dies, and we become the new war chief of the Horde. What? That is another possibility for us to go to, other than, other than losing, is we become the new war chief. Or the new high marshal of the Alliance, or whatever. Or whatever. We can skip that quest. We probably do not know Lord Nero's ass. The Blood Elves were being courted by a King Varian to rejoin the Alliance. Jaina kind of screwed that one up. Lotro, I would say, is good, yes. I would recommend it. It has a very good story and a passable gameplay. I usually think of it as more enduring the gameplay for the sake of the story, though. One of those situations. Damn it. No, better gameplay than Tor. Similar direction, just not as bad. Where is it? Well, there's Big Fist. Hey, Big Fist. Goodbye, Big Fist. I like how the Gorduni tamers, by the way, have a mace in one hand and a giant log of meat in the other. That's pretty much everything you need to know about how the ogres tame people, by the way. I'll beat you if you don't do what I say, but if you do what I say, I'll give you meat. Yeah, I had fun going through Rift. As much as there wasn't much of a story there. It was still fun to go through the one time. Exiles, or whatever they're called for life, by the way. The tech people, not the zealot people. I actually can't think of their names.
How may I aid you?
You've done as I have asked, and for that I salute you. Take this small reward as compensation for your efforts, Ironman. With their numbers thinned and their leaders slain, the gnolls will think twice about storming the camp. This doesn't conclude the issue at hand, however. There must be some reason why they're doing
Be
this.
careful.
This is exactly what we needed. While I am not so skilled at ciphering, what most of the is scrawled on this map is, I've seen enough battle plans in my day to understand what's happening to the Gnolls. It looks they are currently fighting a two-front war, one with us, but their main energy has been focused on a foe to the south. There's more at hand here than meets the eye. Perhaps it's time to figure out who this other foe really is.
Farewell.
Hello, call me Fives. I'm in surveying the writhing deep. One of our scouts reported a giant insect, much larger than the other insects spotted, wandering about the twisted terrain. Not only is it larger, it seems to secrete some sort of aura that the other insects don't. We've named it Stinglasher. The innards of this beast would be invaluable to study. Bring it back immediately.
Goodbye.
Oh, excuse me. From what we've scouted, we have managed to muster. From what scouting we've managed to muster, we believe that the foe south of the Gnolls is an insect-like race. Frankly, it's irrelevant whether or not they're sentient. If they're driving the Gnolls to a frenzy against us, they are as big of a threat, if not more so, than the Gnolls. Dive deep into where the Zukash insects dwell. Kill lots of them. Hey, Stars. Hey, Call Me. And yes, the Defiant, that's who I was referring to as. Defiant for life. Those zealot scum, I don't remember what they're called, will rue the day that they tried to prevent us from... Well, look, okay, it's kind of complicated, but long story short is screw the other guys. Am I right? That's how that works. I know. I've played WoW for many years. Screw the other guys! The details don't matter at that point. It's just screw the other guys. Or to use a similarity, plus they told me you guys look like dorks. They look like dorks! That right there, by the way, that describes everything about the Alliance and the Horde War. Right there, in 2 sentences. So, this is our actual first look at a proper Silithid hive. I suppose that's a lie, because I showed you off the, Encourage areas, so you've seen a bunch of Silithid hives. But, in story, well, I shouldn't say in story, for a new character who's going from 1 to 60, this is basically your first real look at a Silithid hive. And the Silithid in general. Fun fact, if I had a flying mount, and if I were to fly basically just south of here, there's Silithus right there. So, yeah, my earlier joke about burrowing pretty much informs how the Silithid got here, and why they are a terrifying force that must be extinguished. One of the interesting things, though, is, do the Silithid have the capacity for sentience and sapience? Now, we know the Karaji do. But do the Silithid? This is another one of those things. I've always assumed they don't, because the Silithid were taken and warped into the Akir, into the Karaji, by Cthulhu. And then they were given the ability for sentience, sapience, individual thought, etc. So I've always assumed that the original Silithid are insects, animals, beasts. You know, they don't actually have the ability for all of the other qualifiers necessary to be a sentient sapient beings. But we don't actually know. It is possible these things just might be so alien that they don't quite qualify like other things do. So, take your pick. Whichever you feel is most appropriate for the circumstances. Whoops, I did that wrong. As you can see, just like most insect hives, they're primarily organic. Spit and dirt making up the majority of the cell walls here, or not cell walls, but corridor walls and whatnot. And, well, as I've described before, most Silithid hives function as like a separate organism, which is why the twitching happens, and why there's actually arms to a Silithid hive, and other things like that. And of course, there's more Silithid than we see. Most of what we see are workers and fighters. There are also more utility-type bugs, and all belong to the same overall concept of the Silithid. I mention this because there is a fairly different variance between each individual Silithid, to the point where defining these as a single species is almost a weird thing to do. It's more like this is an entire, I guess, phylum, I suppose? It's hard to... I'm not sure how best to put that, because I'm not good at my scientific names. An entire group of beings, basically, rather than a singular species of them. Silithid might be a qualifier, rather than just a species term. There will be, as of the 22nd, Sergeant Nika. Because they'll start going live to YouTube then. Yeah, that is possible for both E. Thomas and for Stars of the Ocean. So, I don't know. I only have speculation to offer here. One of the things I find interesting, though, is that there are several Silithid who have places of power and prestige amongst the Karaji Empire. Which makes my head kind of tilt a little bit. Because you wouldn't think mindless insects would actually hold rank. You know? Like Princess Lorerun is one example of that. Or all three of the Bug Trio. You know? But it is also possible that only certain Silithid have been uplifted, for lack of a better term, by Cthulhu or by the Karaji, in order to have, you know, intelligence, self-awareness, individuality, etc. Which would explain a lot, actually. Is it phylum? Was I using the right term? The other thing that's so devastating about Silithid in general, by the way, other than the fact that they're very strong, very large insects, which are very difficult to kill, they pretty much destroy the surrounding environment in order to terraform it to their means. Now, I know, I've talked about terraforming several times before, and how I'm overall in favor of several of the things the Druids do. But when I say terraform, I mean these is... You know what the Quillbore do, right? With the thorns that choke out other life in the area? The Silithid do that on a massive scale. They leech out all life in all the surrounding areas and turn it into this hellscape of desert and doom. They basically prevent any other life from existing in their area. They completely and utterly erase all other forms of life within any region that they claim. So they're like Quillbores on steroids, and it's a very, very bad situation that needs to be stopped.
Greetings.
Or at the very least contained. We'll see an entire region that has been terraformed by the Silithid before. How goes the hunt? Are you here to report your success? Well done, monk. Though the extensiveness of the Zukash presence will not be thwarted by anything less than a full-scale invasion, you have brought us time so we can devise a proper way to have strategy. I'll be sure to have these carapaces analyzed. We will need to learn everything about them before we deal with what has unfortunately turned into a much larger issue than we anticipated.
Be careful.
Have you managed to bring down the Stinglasher yet? Impressive. Most impressive. If Stinglasher is indeed one of their strongest creatures, the study of the beast will prove quite valuable.
Ancestors watch over you. Go in peace.
Meanwhile... So that's actually kind of the end of the Silithid quest chain here. It's basically just here's what the Silithid are. beginnings of their threat. Like I said, back in vanilla, those quests were there too. We had the quest in the South Barrens, the quest here in Feralas, the quest in the Thousand Needles, the quests in Tanarus, the quest in Unguro, and then the quest in Silithus. the Silithid quest arc actually went through 6 zones, believe it or not. It was one of the most extensive vanilla story arcs, especially since it was unconnected to itself. Hey, GG's. So, meanwhile, let's deal with the Gorduni. I'll be able to rest now, Iron Man. You have saved our camp from a terrible menace.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
So the Gorduni are no longer a threat. Thank God. Alright. We have only 2 things left to do. Isandra and the Call of the Ancients. We're not actually going to finish this quest. There's really not actually a lot of reason to do so. I've already discussed music as much as I feel I can. You should be in Tanarus 2 zones from now. Well, we're almost done with it, G-Juice. We have 3 more things to do here. I'm sorry, I just noticed your comment, Mind Blast. I don't actually know enough about bees to really comment on that. So I'm not sure. I don't like insects, so I don't really know a lot about them. Other than how to kill them, I'm very good at killing them. You can do it, Bragwin. You can do it. All you have to do is reroll. What would you make, by the way, Bragwin, if you do decide to reroll? So welcome to Dark Mist. Again, I want to stress that this is another of the parts of the original city of Eldrathelos. I have no idea. Elven names. Bobville! This is another part of Bob... Whoa. There's a night elf there. As you reach towards the pedestal, you find it empty. A chill fills the room, and you hear a faint voice. Please... if you can hear me, help.
Greetings.
Yeah, you're looking at me. Can you see me? Please help. I am chained to this place. It takes so much effort just to speak to you. I can barely maintain this shape. I could help you, but please help me pull myself together first. Once I'm more focused on this plane, I should be able to do it. If I could just leave this tome, the soil itself outside is full of ancient arcane deposits, laying forgotten for centuries. Could you bring me some?
Elune light your path.
You must be careful when you venture forth. Other spirits are bound to this place. Malevolent, hateful ones. They've all suffered so much. None of what used to be remains, only suffering and a will to live. We need that will to summon the overlord that keeps me bound here. Please, gather the essence of the spirits and bring it back to me.
Go in peace.
Pentaryn. But that's so confusing, Bragwin. You wouldn't go through vanilla quests no matter what. And a Pentaryn would start the game at level 15, just like I did on this very character. Or do you mean a Pendarran Death Knight, in which case I totally get you. Or do you mean a Pendarran Demon Hunter, in which case... Soft wailing can be heard from the glowing light. So this is kind of tragic. These are pretty much exactly what ghosts are usually defined as in most forms of popular fiction and stories and whatnot. AKA, the dead who refuse to acknowledge or accept that they're dead. They must keep existing. It doesn't matter how much pain they're in. It matters that they have to keep going. And that's all that there really is left to these. These are classic, textbook examples of Type 2 undead. A lot of night elves died around here, and a lot of it is because of their leader. No, not Ashara, although that is related, so, I mean, a lot of things are Ashara's fault. No, I'm actually referring to Tor... I can never think of his damn name. What's his name? So many... Tortheldrin. That's his name. Tortheldrin. It's basically his fault. See, Tortheldrin... Well, I really want to kind of save this for when we go to Diremaul, so... Let's just say that Tortheldrin kind of closed the gates. Let's just say he built like a great wall, a Gilnean wall, if you will, and kept everyone inside safe at a cost, and everyone outside could go screw themselves. So most of these people died during the Burning Legion invasion, or the Sundering, or just died of old age because they didn't have anything connecting them to immortality anymore. So, take your pick. What's worse, being slaughtered by demons or slowly starving to death when you've never experienced starvation before? Because they're both kind of horrible. I like the music here, by the way. It's actually a take on the standard Dead music. Something they added for Cataclysm.
Ishnu Daldiep.
You have the soil. I'm having trouble staying together. Please hurry. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I feel much better with just a little bit more.
Asha Fela.
Have you gathered it? You can feel their anguish, can't you? My poor friends. At least we can use this to fix things. The other spirits and I are bound here by a cruel demon named Verenius. He is our captor, a twisted, mindless beast who devours souls over millennia. The lure of the souls and arcane magic you've brought me should let you draw him out. Take this condensed essence to the dead tree to the far north of the ruins. Use it to lure Verenius and slay him that I might be free.
Goddess watch over you.
Because of how screwed up my metabolism got, this is in the past. At one point in my life, I didn't know what being hungry felt like. I'm being serious, by the way. I actually could not feel hunger. I only felt pain when I was so hungry I was actually, like, really, really hungry. As in, you know, not actually starving, but I haven't eaten in 20 hours kind of hunger. If you know what that feels like. I love you, Sansari, but we must leave here. I will follow Dathramar and the others. The Sendralar have gone too far. To traffic with demons? We've given ourselves over to corruption. Oh, Verenius, you poor fool. You should have left earlier. It's too late to stop them. Let me show you their glory. So I hope you paid attention to what just happened there. In case you missed it, the woman we just helped to free herself was part of the Shendralar, a.k.a. very screwed up in the head Highborn. Probably some of the worst Highborn other than the actual upper echelons of Ashara's court. Her loved one wanted to leave because he believed that consorting with demons and the things that they had done, which I'll talk about when we get there, was going too far. So she corrupted him into this demonic form. Ahem.
Goddess bless you.
I'm finally free. Oh, it feels so good to be free. Oh, you saw, didn't you?
May the stars guide you.
You've been so nice, Ironman. I've been trapped here for so long, thanks to Venarius. That young elf was the first soul I've tasted in years. That's what she really looks like. Even after I gifted him that form, he insisted on keeping me trapped. He even hoarded all the souls just so I couldn't have any. So stubborn. I owe you a favor, darling. Someday, I'll be back to repay it. I don't know, Hylisk. Yes, that's a thing succubi do. So that was a Sayad, a.k.a. a natural demon, one of the very, very few natural demons that exist. A natural demon can do what she did. Convert someone into a demonic form, a fake demon, basically. For reference, we have not seen her since these events. There were several quest threads that Cataclysm raised that have not been followed yet. In fact, there will be a really big one when we get to Thousand Needles, probably later today. Well, Nicolas, that sucks, but I hope you have fun. Yes, Dakota. In fact, we should kill everyone. Is that okay? Can we kill everyone? That does seem to be a common trend, Last Exile. And Lord knows we are gullible enough to fall for it every frickin' time. I've heard that speculation too, E. Thomas. It wouldn't surprise me. I suppose we'll find out next Wednesday.
Well met.
What did you find? I am a fool. I was misled. This is nothing more than a rusted trinket, and my visions have no doubt been fulfilled. Forgive me, Iron Man, but should you meet this demoness again, I pray you will triumph over her, as you did Verenius.
We shall meet again.
I'm telling you, Kel'Thuzad, new leader of the Forsaken, make it happen! Alright, one quest left. This is the big one. Ironically, it's kind of a short chain, but this is pretty relevant what's about to happen. There's an overall thread of the fact that Feralas is just kind of wrong. We see the Silithid have managed to infiltrate recently, no less. We see the Gnolls have been more violent than usual. We see that the Dryads have been corrupted. We see that the Gorduni are spreading their influence. Everything here is just kind of wrong. Well, we're about to find out why. Interesting, Mind Blast. You've come. By the way, nice touch. Isandra actually is blindfolded. That's really important. But I'll talk about why in a minute. I'm sure some of you can guess why she's blindfolded. I am ashamed to ask you of this, monk, but I've run out of time. Terrar must be stopped. Emerus and Lethon are gone. It's only us left now. I can hide from this no longer. All that I did while part of that brood, all the suffering I've caused must be repaid today. I am still weak, Iron Man. I cannot assume my true form even if I dare try. But I will stand beside you in battle. If you are prepared, I will call Terrar to us. He will be unable to resist the temptation of revisiting corruption upon me. By the way, Isandra was one of the four Emerald Dragons who were corrupted by the Nightmare back in Vanilla. The others were Lethon, Emerus, and Terrar. I knew you'd return, Isandre. It was only a matter of time. I've returned to put an end to this, Terrar. This land will finally have peace. Awesome buff of doom! This is actually a really awesome fight if you're doing it about 10 levels lower than I am. My essence will persist. It is done. The land that has suffered so much may rest now. With that, I am the only one left. Even if I chose to remain in this world, I cannot rejoin the Green Flight. But this victory gives me hope. Perhaps in time I can find peace in a simple life amongst mortals. You must return to your people. Tell them that the dragons of the Nightmare are gone and will no longer threaten these lands. So to explain a couple of things here. The blindfold there, probably when I finish Feralas, Ricky. The blindfold there was for her to hide from herself, basically, and from the nightmare, so she could not perceive it. Either that, or she literally cut out her eyes to ensure that she wouldn't be affected by the nightmare. Take your pick. Both are equally viable. And the reason so many things have been twisted and screwed up here is because the the 3 Emerald Dragons were still pushing their nightmare influence to the entire land. And we know exactly what the nightmare is. It's corruptive, disruptive influence of the old gods, void energy in its most horrific form, I would say, since it's naturally occurring void energy, or more accurately, naturally corrupted void energy. So that's why everything has been so messed up in all of Feralas, pretty much since vanilla, actually. The theory here being now that Feralas will be able to settle back into the more peaceful realm it should be in their absence.
What
Oh,
brings
and that was a
you
mortal
here?
number. Hang on. Mortal counter. It's been a little bit since we've had a mortal counter. You are truly blessed by the Earth Mother, Ironman, to have the honor of fighting with the Guardians of Nature, and to survive it. Know that you have kept safe every living soul in this camp, and possibly the entire forest. Take these gifts with my deepest thanks.
Be careful.
You know, guys, I think we can all agree that Demon Hunters are just better than Warlocks in every way, am I right?
I have just the thing for you.
What the hell is this music?
May the eternal sun shine.
May the Eternal... Where are you going? Come back! I'm actually not quite in position, but I will be in a minute. It's actually not that long of a trip. Congrats, Bregwin. Honestly, I am a little bit sad. I actually was thinking about doing that, Zoan. I am honestly a little bit sad that they are removing demonology abilities to give them to demon hunters. Even though it makes sense, since those abilities were always demon hunter abilities that they gave to demonology, because demon hunters weren't in the game. I still think it kind of sucks that they're removing them having already had them. It'd be like having flying in the game for years and years and years and then abstractly taking it away for an expansion. So, I'm actually with you on this one, Zoan Joker. It's not like they couldn't do other demon-related things, you know. If you need some gold help, I have a little bit of gold I can toss your way to get you your heirlooms. So keep that in mind. So we're going to be doing Dire Maul. We're going to do it roughly in order. Because, well, okay, here's the thing. When I say in order, what I mean is actually north, east, west. I know what you're saying. Huh? But hear me out, okay? Dire Maul North is the hardest of the 3 sections. And it's the highest level of the 3 sections. It was always, you know, it was east was easy, west was medium, north was hard, right? That was how that always worked. The catch here is north doesn't really have a lot story-wise to do with the other sections. It's the Gorduni and the Gordok and the Tribute Run. There's some interesting stuff we can talk about the ogres there, don't mistake me, but it doesn't have anything to do with the other 2 sections at all. By contrast, the east is chunks of the Dire Maul that have been corrupted by demonic influence, and the west is the primary story of Dire Maul. So we're actually going to do north first. A grand or so. I have a little more than that, Bregwin. So, welcome to Dire Maul. Oh my god, kill everything in the entire dungeon. Oh my god. See, the funny thing is, Dire Maul is actually all connected. Some people didn't even know this back in the day. There's these little pathways that go between the different sections. And So you can actually do all of Dire Maul in a single run, if you felt like it. It's actually a long trip. I would not actually recommend that. Huh? You kill Gordok leader, you the new Ogre King. If you king, then Ogre leaders like Cromcrush and Krieg that survive pay you tribute and stop Gordok invasion. You do that, then me very happy Ogre, and we take Dire Maul for the Horde! Yeah, general lack of doodads is going to be kind of a trend in all... Well, there's like one room in all of Dire Maul that has proper doodads set up, and it's the actual Chandrilar library, for lack of a better term. So the way a tribute one works is you leave as many people alive as possible, and those that are alive either give you a buff or an ability or gear or whatever. There's benefits for doing it, basically. Most of them are easy, like this one. Just don't kill them. Bam. Really, really simple. Some of the later ones in vanilla required very specific things, including actually requiring a leatherworker, I believe, and doing basically a separate run in order to get the suit going. Well, that's debatable, Nerozaz, because it should be, yes. This should effectively be the Horde capital for the Ogres. In fact, there's been talk that if they ever actually made Ogres playable, this would be their starting zone, is Dire Maul. Hopefully done a little bit better than it currently is. Because it makes a lot of sense for the Stone Maul to have effectively usurped control over this place after the Horde comes through and takes it over. But it is worth noting the Alliance can do the same damn thing. The Alliance can come through here and take control of this place, too. So... shrug. I'm going to go ahead and read some of the boss things that we've been skipping by here, if you'll give me a moment. So, we already went through... let's use the map. There's too many things here. So, that was Guard Moldar. Moldar is zealously loyal guard from the Gordok Ogres. He is convinced King Gordok gifted him with the pair of enchanted gauntlets that have enabled him to become the people's arm wrestling champion for 6 years running. In truth, King Gordok threw the powerful armor away, and Moldar actually found it first. King Gordok is not that smart. Stomper Krieg, he's a good guy. On more than one occasion, skulking assassins have met their doom after accidentally disturbing Krieg's ale mug. Though he often is passed out drunk on duty, nothing rouses the ogre into a berserker fury faster than the sound of his precious drink splattering on the stone floor. By the way, interesting aside, Stomper Krieg is probably the main reason the ogres have a presence during Brewfest. The guard we're about to skip is Guard Fengus. Ever since Cho Rush the Observer told him he was destined to meet a mate while on duty, Fengus has spent almost every single waking moment patrolling Gordok territory. This one was not too hard to bypass. Although... Isn't there a... Is the key gone? There used to be a thing where you had to get the key and then... yeah, whatever. I admittedly have never done tribute in Kata, so I'm not sure what it takes now. It looks like it takes less, which, I mean, hey, that makes sense. So notice we have a lot of fairly strong Gordok in here. Basically, these trash were pretty rough. The Reavers hit like a truck. They would maul the crap out of you. The Doom Guards would use all sorts of fun little spells, and the Warlocks would be casting the crap out of you while you were trying to deal with the guys beating your face in. This trash, I remember being very, very brutal to tank for and to go through, and it sucked. Up ahead, they used to have to do this whole little side thing in order to activate a trap to trap this particular one. I don't know what it requires nowadays. Just give me a moment here. A broken trap lies before you. From the looks of it, the ogres have tried to prepare the trap, but no avail. A hastily written note lies next to the trap, and strangely enough, it details exactly how to repair it. Just a few simple adjustments ought to do it. Were the trap repaired, an ogre passing by might get trapped, and could be avoided. Okay. Ah, crap. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Don't. Hey, look! It's a goblin. What's up, dude?
Talk to me!
See that broken trap? The ogres are too stupid to figure out how to fix it. Clearly it needs a little tinkering. If you fix it, I bet you could lure a slip kick into it and bammo! Trapped ogre guard. Well, why should I bother fixing it? Well, from what I gathered, while waiting to be eaten by these yokels, it might not be necessary to kill every ogre you find here. The ogres are going on and on the other day about how King Gordok came to power. Specifically, he killed the previous king and took his place. Well, the king's henchmen, those that Gordok spared, immediately swore fealty to the new king. Who knows, the ogre you save may well be your own, figuratively speaking, of course.
Hurry back! What's up?
So, if you're gonna fight the king of the Gordok, you're gonna need to get by Captain Cromcrush. Now, you can get by him by killing him, sure. But you might want to leave him alive. How? I think I know. Get an ogre suit. Getting this ogre suit used to be such an issue.
Glad I could help.
That would be horrible, Hylisk. So, Slipkick... right. Slipkick, the one we just took out. Some might think Slipkick is merely cautious, but he's also lazy. Rather than challenge King Gordok directly, Slipkick tinkers with traps and old broken magical devices, hoping to eventually deliver a coup de grace without an ounce of risk or a drop of sweat. Also, this kind of highlights ogre politics, as I mentioned earlier a little bit. All you have to do to take over is to kill the king. That's your requirement. Do that, and you're basically in charge. Oh yeah, once you take the tannin, a Gordok bushwhacker comes up and says, "No! It puts the tannin in the basket, or it gets the mallet again." Because for some reason, Gordok, that particular guy, really likes tannin. Oh, excuse me. I used to hate getting these stupid ogre suits.
Time is money, friend.
Oh, just give me that ogre tannin, and I'll whelp you up an ogre suit that'll fool Captain Cromcrush. Yeah, also do the trick. Slip here, tuck there. This is going to work just fine. Here you go. You're all set. Remember, this isn't the most securely fashioned item in the world. You'll have about 10 minutes of use before it falls apart. Then you're not going to fool anybody. Try using it just before you approach to make sure it lasts as long as you're going to need it.
Keep it real.
Okay. Use it right now! For the ogres. Yes, stealthed ogres were a thing even in vanilla. Believe it or not, the primary thing a friend of mine used to do back in vanilla, who was a rogue, was to get these, I mean just tons of these things, just so he could wander around as a stealthed ogre in raids and stuff. Because he was a stealthed ogre. I don't understand what else to add to that. Stealth ogre. Boom, 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 boom. The next boss is actually Captain Cromcrush. He was actually the hardest boss in here, in my opinion. Way harder than the actual last boss. Captain Cromcrush. Even amongst ogres, Captain Cromcrush is infamous for his hair-trigger rage towards anyone who dares insult him or King Gordok. He crushes dissent ruthlessly, but he also has still less patience for those who continue to spread the rumor of his torrid affair with a gnoll. It was fully mutual. Or wait, not mutual. It was fully... whatever. Point being, he was not with a gnoll, and I wish you guys would stop saying that he was. Just, it's not cool, man. Finally, up there is Chorush the Observer, who we're actually going to go out of our way not to kill. Chorush the Observer doesn't usually take sides, but when Ulrok was rising to power, it was clear there was nobody who could challenge him. The king quickly appointed Chorush as his chief advisor, believing his twin heads would make him twice as resourceful. King Gordok. To rule the Gordok ogres, one must simply proclaim oneself king, and then destroy all who disagree. King Gordok, then merely known as Ulrok, solidified his power by convincing a dozen of his people's strongest warriors to challenge the king at the same time. The wild melee left most of the contestants dead or wounded, and Ulrok's blade easily cut down the survivors and the battle-weary king. To this day, the Gordok ogres speak in hushed tones about the day of the blood. And now he's about to die in one shot. Hey, alright, I should... You no challenge me, scrubs. I'm the king now, and I stay the king forever. Yeah! Yeah! Summon Mizzle de Crafty. He knows what to do next. Who knows? The king is dead. Hail to the new king! Yeah. Hey, Mizzle. What's up? Yeah, king's dead, all right. That makes you the new king. Gordok is yours now, boss. You should talk to me so you can learn everything there is about being the king. Is his assistant. Yeah, that's why I'm called the crafty one. Alright, I'm the new king? What are you talking about? You killing the king, right? That means you take his place. That makes you the new boss. Hail to the king! It's good to be king. Let's talk about what you were talking about before. Henchman? Tribute? Oh, henchman of the boss. Blah, 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 blah. If you kill a henchman, that henchman can't give tribute. Each one you keep alive gives you more tribute. Keep all of them alive, you get big tribute. Well, then show me the tribute. Woohoo! I got the robe. Hail to the king! It's good to be king. And yes, the whole dungeon is now green. And there's a couple other things we can do, which we're going to go show off here. Hey, Captain Crown Crush. You're a strong one now. All hail to the new king of the Gordok. So now then, king, what do you got for me? Maybe you do better at getting back Gordok relic from creepy Highborn place. That sounds like a task worthy of the new king. And so he actually gives you a quest, which actually had some really nice gloves as a reward for going and doing Dire Maul West. We will not be doing that. I like to think that we leave the Stone Maul in charge of this place. Because, you know, it makes more sense to me. Also, ogres who are sprinting are hilarious. Whee! Oh, it's ran out. Oh, well. Whee! Hey! What do you got for me? You're not gonna... He used to talk to you, and he'd be like, you got me good, boss. Can you let me out now? Or something like that. Ah, well. There is one other thing I didn't actually like about Dire Maul. The music in here is really generic and really dull. There's almost nothing to it. Well, they might not, Nero's ass. Unless we, like, stage a thing where we get defeated by one of the Stone Malls. Like, oh, you totally beat me. Oh, no. Otherwise, I don't have an answer for you. You the man now, dog. Yes. That's, basically Sean Connery in ogre form. For the curious. There he is. So there's Stomper Creek. He's the real benefit here. You're the boss now, huh? Long live the new king. Krieg let you look at Gordok Hooch. Gordok Hooch. It's the best hooch of all. Wait, why would I buy it from you? Oh, fine. What do you got? This is one of the only sources of volatile rum that was, like, you know, basically getting a hold of volatile rum, which was required for a few things, was kind of hard to do because there weren't many regular sources of it. It was either just farm pirates forever or go do this. Those were basically your options. Hang on, just checking everything here. Okay. Of course, he's got Greek. There was also buff drinks here, and they stacked with other drinks, so yeah. It was the kind of thing that you wanted to get as much as you could. One more guy to talk to, and then we're going to go ahead and head over to east. I could take the background route, but I don't actually remember the path, and it takes forever to go through. Seriously, it takes absolutely forever to go through the hidden tunnels through this place. It's actually faster to just not. And yeah, this was surprisingly good lore for the time, which is funny. But anyways, you did it. Now the Horde more powerful than ever. Yeah. So that was north. Again, not a lot to share there because most of the ogre politics stuff I've already talked about, so nothing new. East is the easy dungeon of the three. Yeah, I'm not going to take your quest. So, here we have one of the Warpwoods who's like, please help us. Oh, fine, I'll take his quest. Hang on. So, here's the ambassador. The Gordok no like Dagthal, so he killed him. The stupid trees and goatmen no like Dagthal, so we want to kill them too. Puny blood elf like Dagthal and help him take his place for master. What does Dagthal need to kill you? Too. Me take quick nap earlier and that stupid imp took the book. Dagthal needs that book to follow orders and master needs book to conquer. Blah. You blood elf, help me get my book back from imp and I'll give you shiny something. Go kill the imp. Blood elf Tendrus has a web to catch magic here. She use it for herself, but master wanted it for the use of the whole world. Okay, sure. Greetings, young one. It is good to see a noble soul again. Diremal, formerly known as Eldrathalos, is corrupt to its very core. I have watched my brethren fall to the forces of darkness and chaos. Many would have this place razed to the ground to end its horrors forever. But Diremal is worth saving, mortal. Help me, and we can unleash the vast power lost here for the forces of good, as they were ages ago. The satyr, Alzin the Wild Shaper, has exerted his corrupt dominion over this part of Eldrathalos. The fruit of fertility, now corrupted as the Fellvine, should be close to Alzrin. It may be the key to purifying this ancient place. When the great satyr falls, capture whatever essence of the Fellvine you can. I do too, Zago. The monster responsible for the ruin you see before you is called Alzin the Wild Shaper. To reach him, you will also need to slay Zevram Thornhoof, a satyr who currently holds the still noble ancient Old Ironbark in his grasp. Once Old Ironbark is free, he will help you make an entrance into Alzin's domain. You will find that... Wow, that's long. You will find that Diremal is filled with many nature and arcane elementals. Somehow a water elemental has found its way into the area. Please gather its essence and take it to me. I am curious as to how one of its kind got here, and what sort of agenda it may have against the natural elements of Eldrathalos. Hey, there's the imp. What's up, little dude? Hey, how you doing? You want to play a game, Stinky? A game? Are you crazy? If you want the key, you'll have to catch me. If you killing me was the only way to get the key to Diremal North back in the day. It kind of sucked. Whatever you do, don't fall here. Getting back up is possible, but irritating. Seriously. So what we see here is part of what would probably be referred to as the more garden section of Eldrathalos. Just kind of completely overwhelmed by demonic hell, death, doom. Yeah. This place is, despite what the ancient just said, I would argue that this place is probably not salvageable. This is probably a place that needs to be purged by fire. Or light, then fire. Just purged in general. That's the important part to be taking away from this. Did I miss? What? Where's the imp? He should be like right here. Did I miss him? I could see this place as a town hub too. I'm telling you, Diremal, touched up properly, you know, do some proper doodad work on it and fix up the textures, would make a really cool starting zone and capital city for the Ogre Brace. Is he back here? Ah, there he is. God, I completely missed him. Excuse me. I hold the keys to the land of free. Chase me and you'll see. Why, you little... Chase me if you dare. I run without a care. Well, for once, I'm about as fast as you, so... Almost. Wow, he is really fast. He is almost faster than Sprint. I know, it looks like he is actually faster than Sprint. And Stealth Sprint is really fast. Still alive, you do surprise. Watch me as I flee. Mark my words, when I will catch you, imp. And when I do... Why would you ever want to harm me? Come, friends we can be. Well, first I'm going to make a detour. God, this place. This is also probably one of the... I'd say the actual... If not the, then the second highest concentration of satyrs left in all of Azeroth. There are a lot of satyrs drawn here by Alzin the Wild Shaper. So that's Lethendris. Dire Maul's warped energy drew Lethendris from afar, giving her hope of satisfying her unbearable craving for arcane magic. Using the sinews and ligaments of sacrificial victims, she constructed a web to siphon the corrupt power of the East Wing. To her delight, she discovered that the device has the capacity to gather vast reserves of overwhelming strength, enough to destroy all of her enemies. Well, let's see how that works out for you. Hey, what's up? You are a disgrace to Blood Elves. I hope you caught the fact that that fricking thing we just picked up is actually bits and pieces of people. Ugh. There's no entry for Pusillan, which is interesting, because he is effectively a boss. This feels weird. Sprint, sprint, sprint. I guess this is going much faster than otherwise I could be, so hey. I must have missed one. Oh, he's right there. Damn it. Pay attention, Arch. Hey, buddy. Turn that frown upside down. Die! Die? Oh, you make Pusillan cry. Good. I'm about to make you frickin' rot, you little bastard. I actually always felt we were being a little bit of a jerk to this guy. This is the end of the line, no friend of mine. Say hello to my little friends. And then he summons 100 bajillion imps. Nowadays he doesn't summon that many. And then we obliterate him, because that's what we do. Also, this is a good source for Run Tum Tuber Surprise. It was a fairly unique cooking recipe that only required Run Tum Tubers, which you can only get in here. You can also get the Crescent Key, which I'm going to immediately get rid of because it doesn't have any function anymore. Because, yeah. Yeah, I know, weird, right? So go. Could be Dakota? I don't know. So, this, you might ask why this part of the Dire Maul of Eldrith Elas was basically abandoned. It's because, remember how I mentioned they shored up their fortifications in order to defend against the Legion invasion? Well, that was during the Legion invasion. Ever since then, they've had to really pull themselves back in order to survive. See, for whatever reason, they were disconnected from the other things that were giving Night Elves immortality. So their only option for continuing to exist was to find some new source of something in order to satisfy their magical cravings and to give them... Oh, wow, you actually saw me. And to give them immortality again. So rather than actually inhabiting the entire city like they could have, they basically abandoned it entirely. And, I mean, you know, that does make a degree of sense when you think upon it. Wow, those look terrible. That, of course, was Hydrospawn. When the satyr Zevrim Thornhoof sought to control the elementals in Diremol, he focused on Hydrospawn, who calmly resided in the pool beneath his altar. As he performed his profane, sacrificial rituals, the elemental grew agitated and restless, striking out at Thornhoof's demonic minions. As the years passed, Thornhoof used his victim's energies to whip Hydrospawn into unbridled fury, little by little binding its will to the satyr's commands. Which just shows what a pathetic satyr he is. I could do that as a level 10 mage. I could do it less evilly, too, while we're on the subject. Oh, I do the one Joker. I did Diremol all the time back in vanilla. This place basically hasn't been changed by Kata. There's effectively no difference here other than the quests. So this is Zevrim, the guy we just talked about. Desperate to show his worth to the Burning Legion, Zevrim Thornhoof told his masters he could enslave the formidable ancients who still roamed Diremol. When his own power proved insufficient, Thornhoof turned to other living creatures for additional energy, butchering them atop his sacrificial altar and harvesting their essence in their final agonizing moments. Yeah, he actually had an ability where he would sacrifice you, and it sucked. He's dead now, though, so it's okay. No, I need to go this way. Wow. So having killed him, we have freed this guy. So, you see that door over there? It's kind of barring our way forward. Thank you, Lord. There's but one service I may offer before I return to the dream. The door to Zevrim's master, Alzin, blocks your path. Okay, could you go open the door for me? You have, like, the key or something, right? I mean, I assume you have the key. I guess I'll wait for you. Come on, let's go, let's go. This room sucked, by the way. Used to hate doing trash in this room. We actually had a whole pattern to get through here without aggroing anything. Alright, so... Oh, so that's your key. Hell, I could have done that. Well, whatever, thank you. My strength wanes, mortal. I have done as promised. The way is clear. I return to whence I came. And he falls over and dies. Hey, Murloc Toes, those are our current donation incentive for which transmog suit we will be wearing on our mains when we actually get back to the 85 plus stuff. Or, excuse me, 80 plus stuff. So, I have to admit, there's another reason we used to farm Diremol East all the time. And I'm curious how many of you used to farm it for the same damn reason. Thorium. This was one of the most reliable sources of thorium in the entire game. You clear the dungeon, and you get several heavy thorium nodes right at the end. And, yeah. I may have killed him too quickly, but basically, you could go into this passageway to get the thorium. Trust me. I swear I'm not making it up. Crap, looks like we have to actually run back out of here. Man, screw that Winter Spring route. There was one other benefit to this thorium source other than the fact that it was heavy thorium. It was very reliable thorium. It was always there. There were always several nodes. Yes, I do, actually. All right, let's... and no one else would ever have it. So, for example, there was no competition, unlike, say, East Plaguelands, or, I guess the Burning Steppes, or Winter Spring, or anything like that. There was no competition. You just go there and bam. When Silithus came out, that stopped being a thing. Now, when I say when Silithus came out, as we'll discuss when we get there, Silithus was originally a dead zone. There was nothing there. There was like three quests, and a bunch of terrain which was barely put together. They did this big revamp for it when Encourage finally came out, and that revamp added a whole lot of quests and a whole lot of other things to the zone. And all of a sudden it became one of the more common high-end zones to go to, especially since it was one of the best sources of thorium in the game. Good night, Takoida. They had these things, I forget what they were called, but they were basically bug-covered thorium veins. They were all over the place, respawned quickly, and gave a lot of thorium. And it was a really, really good source of them. I think I do Hylisk. I'll have to actually switch to double check. Oh, actually I might not, because I don't have that blacksmith anymore. My current blacksmith actually used to be my engineer, and my original blacksmith doesn't actually exist anymore, so I may actually not have any of those older recipes. I'll double check. Thorium breastplate armor. I'll double check later. Yeah, it was also a good source of gold, as previously mentioned there. Is it sad that I'm going through here at basically as fast as I can go without actually being on a mount? And I feel like this is too slow. Dire Maul was a fairly large dungeon. Oh, I forgot to read the thing for Aldrin. Hang on. So, Alzin the Wild Shaper seeks nothing less than the total corruption of Feralas. But until he discovered the shrine of Eldrathar in Dire Maul, he had little success. With the power of the enslaved ancients at his command, Alzin concentrated the vitality of the surrounding forest into his lair, allowing him to manipulate it at will. Yes, we've already done Moradin. Let's just go ahead and kill the sound effect as we're going to do this repeatedly for a bit here. What? Now we go back out. Oh my god. Seriously? Seriously? Or wait, where am I? Yep, I'm in the right location, I think. Maybe I'm not. Shoot, I'm actually turned around now. This is the way I should be going. This is the way I should be going. As my phone is like, hey, you want to do lunch? I wish I had more lore to share about this place. Because really, the only really strong lore on Eldrathar is in Dire Maul West. And I kind of would like to talk about that while we're going through Dire Maul West. So, please enjoy these hit tunes of Dire Maul. Or something. I don't know. I gotta be honest, one of the things I remember most about the way they used to do itemization back in Vanilla, which was terrible, by the way, was that there were so many older dungeons you had to go to in order to get resistance gear, because resistance gear was more important than stats on so many different bosses. So it didn't matter if it was a massive downgrade, it had resistance on it. So Moradin and Dire Maul were both farmed several times by several people, myself included. Really? Specifically to get resistance gear. And for no other actual purpose. So let's see, we came here for thorium. We came here for tribute runs, which was just gear. We came here because the gear here was actually better than anything outside of Blackwing Lair. And we came here for resistance gear. So, for a ridiculously long period of time, me and my guild would come back to Dire Maul and farm it over and over and over. It is very troublesome that a lone water elemental was here, let alone one that powerful. Take this as my thanks for your efforts. I must examine this essence for any knowledge it may contain. Oh, screw Princess Hobag. Ugh. Ah, very well done indeed. You've made an old spirit very happy this day. You deserve proper thanks for the risks taken. Hey, Luffet. Because there used to be Hylisk. And so they've just been here this whole time, slowly getting corrupted by everything going on in West and Alzin's influence. You have the book? Now you watch Master use the book to kill stupid trees and stupid goatmen. You have the elf web? Yeah, lots of magic. Master happy now. Donuts. Alright, one more one. This is the actual lore-heavy one that we're going to be doing here. Dire Maul West. So the other two zones have basically been abandoned by the Chendralar for a very long time. This is the exception. This is where the Chendralar have actually maintained their presence this entire time.
Peace be with you.
I care far too deeply about redeeming Eldrathelos to deal with any other matter. War, strife, allegiances, none of it matters until this city is safe. There are remaining beings here that possess a direct threat to us to us ever reclaiming this sacred city. Magister Calendris and Ileana Ravencloak are both extremely dangerous and need to be disposed of as quickly as possible. Exercise caution, for with there being so few remaining feeding off of Imothar's energies, they are likely to be stronger than they first appear.
May the stars guide you.
Some beings here have miraculously managed to remain free of the darkness that run rampant. On the second story of the Court of the Highborn rests Chendralar Agent. Seek it out. It may hold a wealth of wisdom.
Del Nadris.
So, what happened here is our good, wonderful, incredible friend, the Chendralar, and Prince Jackass, a.k.a. Tortheldrin. Tortheldrin, I'm saying that right. Well, they were screwed. They were absolutely screwed in the wake of what happened at the Well of Eternity and during the War of the Ancients. They were suffering from severe magical addiction backlash, and they were losing their immortality. Their immortality was lost, basically, so they had to keep functioning. They had to survive. That was what mattered to them more than anything else. So Tortheldrin came up with a plan. By the way, you see all these? These used to be Chendralar. All of them. Even the wisps. So what happened is Tortheldrin was like, I've got it. We're going to grab one of the biggest, most dangerous demons that is attacking us right now. One of the most powerful demons we know of. And we're going to build this massive prism just in this one section of the city. So, like I said, they abandoned the other quarters of the city and the rest of the chunks of the city that were throughout the rest of Feralas. And they pulled back into Dire Maul West. Or whatever they called it back at the time. And they constructed those pylons, like I pointed out earlier. Those pylons all were powered by arcane magical constructs that they summoned specifically for the purpose of keeping them there and keeping them powered forever. Each of those pylons keeps a very, very powerful demon in check called Imolthar. We'll talk about that more in just a second. This guy right here is Magister Calendris. When Prince Tortheldrin demanded the slaughter of the majority of his subjects, his most loyal lieutenants were tasked with executing his will. Magister Calendris murdered many unsuspecting Chendralar without hesitation, but one of the doomed elves mortally wounded him during a destructive battle. Despite his demise, Calendris' spirit still roams Dire Maul as a defender of Tortheldrin's rule. Well, screw you, buddy. So, you remember how I made the parallel to Kodos the Executioner? Well, even after having bonded Imolthar, and even after having created those beacons, there you can see the beacon right there. In fact, you can see another beacon right there, and if you were to look around, you could see, yep, there's another one over there. You can see all those beacons maintaining that imprisonment over Imulthar. I should probably go this way first, actually. It wasn't enough. They simply were not pulling enough energy from him in order to actually maintain all their people. So a large number of his subjects, mostly the lesser, you know, the servitor races, or it's not races, but the servitors and whatnot, were killed. I want to stress again, the vast majority of all these undead were loyal Shendralar back in the day that were butchered so they would have less food requirement, basically.
I am honored.
A meeting is no coincidence, Tamazat.
Go in peace.
The madness must come to an end. The age of immortals has long since passed. Destroy the guardians surrounding the pylons to lower the field. When this is done, destroy Imulthar. With the prince's power greatly reduced from the demon's demise, attack him and end him as well. Lay the spirits of this city to rest. Make the prince pay for his wrongdoings.
May the stars guide.
It's also worth noting not all of these spirits were killed back in the day, though. Not all of these elves were. See, there's a really screwed up problem they had, which is actually almost ironic. It turns out it takes quite a bit of energy to maintain a imprisonment on a magical beast, on a demonic power like Imulthar, especially one that powerful. So basically, think of it into these terms. Imagine that Imulthar is generating, say, 100 units of energy from what they're drawing from him, and that's maintaining their immortality. Okay, so it takes maybe 5 units to actually keep him imprisoned. Okay. Well, over time, that kind of started shifting the other direction to the point where, rather than taking 5 units, it started taking 8, and then 12, and then 15, and then 20, and then so forth and so on. It got to the point in more recent centuries where he was generating 100 bits of power and consuming 110 to keep the prison functional. And then 112, and then 115. So, Prince Tortheldrin's reaction to this was to start butchering some of his surviving members in order to sacrifice their energies in order to keep the barrier going, in order to keep the survivors immortal, and to reduce their own energy costs. A leader like that would fit right in with the Alliance leadership, wouldn't he? So this lovely lady is Ileana Ravenoak. Ileana Ravenoak, along with her faithful companion Fera, was once Prince Tortheldrin's most valued hunter, until she refused to carry out her leader's order to execute her friends. As punishment, he killed her and her bear, but used his demonic power to bind their spirits to their bodies, condemning them to remain in Dire Maul as undead protectors. And now they're free, because that's horrible. So yeah, this is usually referred to as the dead quarter. We've got the living quarter, the dead quarter, and the ogre quarter. Or the wing, or whatever you want to call it. And there's a reason for that. They also, of course, have corrupted most of their original ancients here. For example, Tendris Warpwood. He was a stalwart defender of Eldrathelos, his heart inexorably entwined with the fate of the city. When the Sundering shattered the land, his resolve never wavered, but as corruption seeped into the ruins over the next 10,000 years, so too did it affect his spirit. He has a pseudo-unique model, which at this point in time we hadn't seen that often. Basically a dead ent. He looks kind of messed up, especially the face with the dead eyes. It's kind of creepy looking. He also used to drop a bunch of really critical gear for back in the day. And of course he has this thing where he summons all these protectors that you didn't kill. Looks like it's not as many as it used to be. Used to be quite a few. So there's Imulthar in there, and here's the prison they constructed for him. Nice place. The amount of energy required to keep Imulthar in here is a little bit silly. And it just goes to show how ridiculously stupid this plan was from the beginning. I get it. It's that whole, oh, I must stay immortal forever thing. But, God, the cost of doing this is insane. Ignoring the moral and ethical problems of this terrible, terrible plan. Must keep sprinting forever. Must keep sprinting. You're gonna hate that sound soon, and so will I. Okay, fine, I'll stop sprinting. To read the quest text. Imulthar. In a desperate bid to restore power and immortality when they lost the Well of Eternity, the Shendralar summoned a demon to the western wing of Diremol and captured him within a force field, allowing them to use the Void Terror's energies for their own spells. Unable to fight back or even move for 10,000 years, Imulthar could only watch and wait for the day when he might break free and rend the flesh of his captors. Dun, dun, dun. This is also a unique model, well, unique texture back in the day. This is actually based off of the Corehound model. The demon is loose. Quick, we must restrain him. Yeah, you got this, guys. Notice how many of the Shendralar, these are surviving Shendralar, were here just maintaining this and siphoning his energies on a regular basis. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. So there's Imulthar. Like I said, based on the Corehound, but a unique overall styling to it. I'm just going to watch him kill all his summoners really quick. And kill his eye so it doesn't toss me into the air. This was actually a pretty rough fight back in the day. Not super hard, not as hard as several of the ogre fights, but still hard. It's funny because he's technically the last boss, but he isn't really. And yes, the Warlock quest was here. I helped several people do it back in the day. Never actually did it myself. Of course, my Warlock was like level 10 back in vanilla. No, the mount I got was the Paladin one. So, yeah, killing him is actually the requirement. However, there is one more boss. Who dares disrupt the sanctity of Eldra Thalos? Face me, cowards! You, sir, are one to speak of cowardice. In lore, he wasn't that strong. He was just basically a very strong Void Terror. So, the kind of thing you could siphon magic from for 10,000 years and not quite have it work. This is the only area that has proper doodad placement in Diremol. As you can see, this is pretty much the only real surviving Shendralar that are alive left. This is also where you found out hints that Ashbringer was totally a thing. And of course, this is also where you did the Quel'Serrar line. So here's Prince Tortheldrin. A lot of people were really hopeful back in the day that we would actually get his swords, because they look cool. And to my knowledge, there's no weapon in the entire game that we can wield that looks like those. Feel free to correct me. There certainly wasn't back then. And yes, he had these stars floating around his head. So with him dead, and with Imulthar gone, the Shendralar are going to have to settle for just being mortal from now on. Again, I want to point out that quite a few of the actual Shendralar that are still alive after the events of Diremol West are the Shendralar who are actually either playable Night Elves or the Night Elves who actually taught those playable Night Elves how to use magic. You know, the Night Elf mages, in other words. So, I suppose their legacy lives on? That's something, right? Right. You know, this does remind me a lot of the old vanilla dungeon design. Everything is huge and sprawling and everywhere. Wide, open spaces that take forever to get anywhere. This is why I turned the sound off, by the way, so you wouldn't have to hear me sprinting constantly. We thank you, hero. In the library, Athenium, you will find an ancient treasure. So she gives you some extra treasure if you do that. But the real point was to turn in so that the spirits could be freed and be able to move on, since so many of these are still here and, you know, still suffering. And have been for God knows how long. Honestly, Hylisk, that is fully in character, in my opinion. The Shendralar have become so jaded. Like this Paladin horse here, for example. So jaded that I don't think they would even notice if someone actually killed their leader right in front of them. Seriously. And that... no, it is not. In fact, you can't actually get Shendralar rep anymore. Doesn't exist anymore. There's an achievement for having gotten it back in vanilla. But otherwise it's gone. So with that, we are done with Feralas. I'm going to go ahead and do my lunch thing, as previously indicated. Once we're done with the lunch thing, then we're going to go ahead and come back, and we're going to move on to the Thousand Needles, where we will discover an old, wonderful friend, and I hope she's doing okay, because I really want to stab her in the neck. I'll see you in a bit, guys.